like Geppetto, we in the same game, but I'm on a different level, I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I skylaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders. To let you know this is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on lean. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, hard to got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. My life's in your hands. You know my life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my? Don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend is greatness. I don't
Weeks of qualifiers, teams joining in the fray, disappointing losses, everything has led to these two teams facing off in the grand finals. NAOS Esports only dropped one map, but have still maintained their strength as currently looking like the best team in the Philippines. The South Belt Esports has been in that journey since last year, and now they're in the grand finals to prove they have what it takes to be the country's best Valorant team that's going into Asia Pacific Challengers. It's all boiling down to this, the final best of 5 series between the two best teams that we have in the Philippines for now. And with that, let's hop in to Challengers Philippines.
really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, 'cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. No, I ain't letting up. My foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, 'cause I promise in a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, 'cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. No, I ain't letting up. My foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise in a threat. I ain't never really wanna flex my gifts, but I flex my time. Let me check my wrist. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back, and I'm feeling like this, bro. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me. Now I'm feeling like this. Rock with the team, 'cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just blow my advance, I might just blow my advance, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive, but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, 'cause I need a million, but I don't need your money. You can pay me in respect, 'cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, 'cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Ooh. It is Championship Sunday here on Challengers Philippines, and we're going to be here to deliver all the analysis, all the action, all throughout the entire day. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Dax and Raph, and I kind of like the new vibe that we have here. Thrilla in Manila, now in South Belt Esports right beside us. It's a wonderful day today. How are you guys doing?
You know, we're alongside the greats here, guys. NAOS Esports, SBE. They both made their ways here to the grand finals in 2 different paths. And in the end, you know, it's a thrill in the middle, because it's the 4th time these guys are going to face off this month. So I can't wait to see who will be the champion coming into APAC.
It couldn't be any more different. I mean, I think this is the first time we're considering South Belt to be an underdog going into a grand finals, because if you think about it, they are either dominating or heavily contesting with yet another favorite, Team Secret, but Team Secret unfortunately is out, and maybe now's the time, right?
Maybe, and now's the time. We'll get into that a little bit more, but before everything else, we'd like to thank PPGL, because they made it possible for us to have the VCT, and they're the largest multi-game esports league in the country, bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines together with Riot Games. And we would also like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, ASUS Republic of Gamers. This event is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Boards, and we have a lot to talk about here. Let's go ahead and hop into the updraft presented by ROG so that we can finally start discussing the things at hand here. Now, yesterday, the path of South Built Esports wasn't really the best paths that they can go for. They went through the lower bracket. They went through it in a flawless 2-0, but all the matches were as close as it can get. On the flip side, now steadily running towards the upper bracket like it's none of their business, Dax.
Yeah, exactly that. Tale of two tapes, basically. And the thing is, coming into, I'd say, VCT, we thought the script would be filled. We thought South Belt would be one of the squads all the way at the very top. They'd have that scrap versus Team Secret and possibly be the ones from the upper bracket. And in the meantime, NAOS Esports, the more unproven roster, maybe they would go for that Cinderella run in lower bracket. But how times have changed and how these situations are absolutely reversed. It was NAOS Esports who just kept dominating, who just kept going. And in all honesty, they had one of the best runs we've seen ever in the VCT. And especially it's a team that isn't under that Bren Esports or Team Secret banner. In the meantime, for South Belt, yesterday was just a day of clutches, a day of grit, and against both Oasis Gaming and Action PH, they willed themselves to those victories.
Will and sheer determination, and as you've mentioned, this is the very last leg of our Bren multiverse. If they fall, then we truly have a new kingdom to be established. Now, so we've seen them dominate the shorter series with the 2-0s and whatnot, but I think this is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, to ever see them in a best of 5. So this is going to be a true test of endurance. We've seen SB do that countless times. We've even seen them do it yesterday in such great fashion. Again, we really thought South Built would do it much cleaner, but oh boy, they do have one of the, if not the most dangerous opponent ahead of them.
And definitely agree with you, Raf. At the end of the day, we will have a new kingdom among us after Challengers 1. But what is here is a Republic of Gamers, because VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. When you want the best gaming monitor, there's only one choice, and that's ROG. Always at the top of their game, you can be too with the ROG Swift PG259QN, the world's first 360Hz gaming monitor. That's a lot of hertz. It really hurts. Equipped with other goodies like fast IPS panel, 1 millisecond response time, and NVIDIA G-Sync. This is the ultimate esports gamers monitor. Have we mentioned that ROG monitors are the best-selling monitors in Lazada? That's a testament to how great this gaming display is. Check our pinned comment to grab your own ROG Swift PG259QN 360Hz gaming monitor. And today's the last day for you guys, the guys watching at home, to win exclusive ASUS ROG swag from ASUS ROG. All you have to do is follow the mechanics that's going to be flashed on the screen right now. It's as simple as liking and following the ASUS Republic of Gamers Facebook and Twitter pages, as well as the PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines Facebook pages. Sharing the live stream on your timeline in public, set to public, with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, and Unleash the Legend inside. And lastly, share your prediction in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challenger Playoffs. And we already have the top 3 teams, so that part is going to be easy for you guys. 3 winners of the ROG cap and the 3 winners of the ROG shirt will be drawn on the 28th of February. That's tomorrow. And today is your last day. And speaking of last day, today is also the last day of the broadcast for the Filipino broadcast here on the VCT. So make sure you check them out if you want your taste of the Filipino coverage over at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, as well as on facebook.com/PPGLGG. We're also simultaneously broadcasting the English broadcast and the Filipino broadcast on youtube.com/PPGLGG. And you can watch the English broadcast on twitch.tv/Valorant Esports 3, youtube.com/Valorant Esports, as well as VeraEsports.com. Now, it's a best of 5. A lot of things happened yesterday. A lot of paneling that has been either cursed or really 100% on point. First series that happened yesterday was Action PH and NAOS Esports. Let's have a look at the highlights there. In Action PH, they kind of looked poised to take down NAOS Esports during the first game, but Action PH, they just couldn't close out the series, Raf.
Again, NAOS, they are just so formidable. We think of Action PH as a team that can truly run down most, if not all, of their competition, but to be in front of NAOS and to just be at a deficit when it comes to raw firepower is such a peculiarity. We don't really say that about Action, and we definitely can't say that about South Built, who who is their matchup today. And look at this, Delicious clears so many corners, the adjustments so quick. It's just mind-boggling how they're so strategically sound and so mechanically gifted.
And we're seeing here some highlights actually for the last time NAOS and SB were able to face off. But the thing is, it was NAOS the one that was most impactful in their series against Southfield 3 days ago. In their series yesterday versus Action 3H, they were the ones who got off to that hot start that we absolutely expect from APH. And in the end, they only dropped one in their whole playoff run. We saw them lose only one match in the group stage. They only lost one map here so far in the playoffs. They do just want to make it clean as much as possible. But Southfield, it has been a building experience. As we can see here, a few moments they've had all throughout their run here in, of course, VCTPH. Because for Southfield Esports, they kind of were broken at the start. Looking at the end of Barrel, looking at the end of the standings at the end of that first week, but they rebuilt themselves to get into the playoffs, find that victory that they were looking for versus Team Secret, and especially yesterday, the day of all days, to be absolutely clutch. Now the consensus here sometimes is Southfield. This is a really great team trying to show up with that community tournament form, go back to those championships, and we're seeing it right now in VCTPH. But there's still a lingering question right now because, in all honesty, when you look at NAOS Esports, it's the best that they ever played in their careers. But for Southfield, we've seen showings from them that is a lot more secure, that is a lot more, I'd say, potent compared to what we've seen so far here from SBE. And even though they've won already in those grueling matchups, maybe the question right now lies is if they were a bit cleaner in their playoff run, would they be the one in the upper bracket slot instead? Would they have been the one who had the record of NAOS Esports?
Well, that is the lingering question. Like, for the past couple of days that we've had in the playoffs, Southfield Esports never really had a clean run. I mean, they did get knocked down to the lower brackets, but they clawed their way back up here, and now they're at the farthest they've ever been on the official VCT circuit. They're on the grand finals now. They have a point to prove that whatever happened last year, this year is going to be different. But we're going to be looking at NAOS Esports as well. That's looking poised again to be the kings of the Philippines going into Asia Pacific Challengers. And we just really have to sit back and have a look at the path that they went through from the open qualifiers all the way here to the grand finals. Let's have a look at their journey. 32 teams in the open qualifiers all the way here to the grand finals. It has been quite a journey for NAOS Esports as well as Southfield Esports, but here we are in the grand finals. You're seeing right in front of your screen the journey they've been in. NAOS Esports just relatively going straight for the grand finals, and Southfield Esports getting dropped by NAOS Esports, and now they're back for the rematch. They're back for the fourth rematch, for that matter. And this is just going to be an ultimate period on the paragraph that is the redemption for Southfield Esports next.
Yeah, to say the least, man, to say the least. Because we're looking at this matchup right now. We've seen it before in the upper bracket. We've seen it before twice in the group stage. And the overall score right now in VCT is NAOS has 6 wins compared to South Build 0. So really, first time ever we're looking at South Build to be a bit of an underdog truly compared to any other outing we've ever seen in their history, gotta say.
That is such a strange thing to say. Typically, South Build is the most well-rounded team. They have the most firepower. But for, once again, the rarity to say that they're operating on a deficit is just truly astonishing. But, you know, I know there's a lot of superstition going around. We've been doing that on the panel too, jokingly, of course. But the thing is, the 4th time, the number 4 in, you know, quite a few cultures is very unlucky. If you're a true believer of that, that could be something that might shake you up today. But hey, man, we're kind of grasping at the air here. Just so many things. That what is the inherent weakness of NAOS? Truly, we can't really find it at the moment, but hopefully it's a different tale for South Build.
Hopefully it's going to be a different tale, and at the end of the day, we'll find out if it's now's the time for one of the teams, or if one of the teams is definitely built diff. We'll hop on a short break. When we come back, we'll finally start the series and talk about South Built Esports and NAOS Esports. This is Challengers Philippines. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Now it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy. But then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders. To let you know this is here to support you.
And that's the last time you're going to see all of our faces all at the same time, because right now we're going to be seeing the faces potentially of Challengers Philippines, because it's NAOS versus SBE. It's the grand finals. It's a best of 5. It's going to be a long day, and we're here to go down the rabbit hole and deliver the analysis. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me still is Dax and Raph, and this series has a lot of implications here for South Built Esports, specifically because for the past year they've been trying to make their way into the grand finals, and this is the first time they had after the first competitive year. And for NAOS Esports, they're proving some of these members have been playing in VCT since last year, and now they're together. They made it through the open qualifiers. They're a new name that has shocked everybody. They're here to prove a point that even the new bloods can keep up with the old guard, Dax.
Yeah, no, a lot of first times coming into this one. NAOS Esports first time into VCT. They make it all the way and they're going to APAC. Same place for South Built in the way that they're going to APAC, yes. But I think really the unexpected part is just how they got there in the first place. Really goes to show though that for South Built, it feels like there is still that difficulty in the official circuit, that this is where they are truly tested. But this time they didn't falter. They were able to temper themselves, just go after the prize. And it's really great to see, in all honesty, the South Built roster that many have been hyping up at the end of last year to be in the official circuit, and especially into the region.
Absolutely. The strides that they're making despite the somewhat mixed results coming into our playoffs is still something that we have to take note of. It is really something that people cannot ignore. The way that NAOS has entered the league, though, our official circuit, is kind of like seeing a very, very attractive new neighbor pull up, see her walk out the van, and like, wow. And she just kind of, tramples all expectations. And, well, you can't help but fall in love.
That's exactly what NAOS is. And speaking of which, let's talk about NAOS. Let's introduce the players that's going to be joining in on the fray. This 7-man roster from NAOS have collectively only dropped 2 maps throughout their entire run here in the group stages, and they're here to potentially take it away from South Built Esports. We got Z, Blurred, G-Licious, Kakarot, and Kevs going in on the fray, Raph.
Kevs, the standout performer in their most recent showings. But overall, the individual volatility of this team is arguably the best, bar none. They can definitely out-gunfight everybody, which they've proven in the recent series against Action PH when they choose to. And the way that that's been set up, they have such a prominent KO player that allows exactly just that. But they just use that as yet another layer to how they approach the game. They're still so strategically sound. Arguably, their weakest map is Ascent with 57%. I can't really say if that's weak, but again, that's in between quotation marks. Talk about the map. So we've never actually seen them play Split and Fracture. That may change today.
I don't know about Fracture. I think these guys just want to ban that all the time. But I do want to point out the fact that NAOS Esports as a roster, they defied expectations, and they've really shown that coming into VCT, their way is the best way. Biggest question coming in for them was, what would be their playstyle? What would be the identity? And as soon as they started off on the group stage, it was immediately them showing what was their path to these victories. So really, NAOS Esports right now, they have this configuration that just works against the PH scene. And I feel like they're really refining that as much as possible, especially with the antics, with those double initiator lineups, with that KO, especially to bring it to the next level coming into APAC. And a win here in the grand finals will cement that.
Speaking of refinement, this next team, South Built Esports, they have been trying to refine their playstyle since last year, and now they're the only old guard that's remaining here in the playoffs, and they're looking to maintain the spot as the old guard, still the best guard. That's what they want to happen. We'll see if they've finally been built diff going into this. It's South Built Esports. Veterans from a long time ago in other esports titles came together to play together, and now they're looking into being the kings together here on Challengers Philippines. We got Aziz, Ja, Micro, Papi Chulu, and Flippy that's going to be joining in on the fray. And Dax, these guys are definitely going to try to take the championship away from NAOS.
They're here. They're actually here. We expected this squad to go all the way here, VCT, to not disappoint any longer, and they have actually gotten that result. Again though, I think it's good to point out here for Southfield right now, it has been quite a rocky road in the drop-in, really low on the group stage, making it to that third seed only for Group B, coming into the playoffs themselves, going down the lower bracket, had not gone to TSD to get that victory. And I think right now for Southfield, they're happy to be in this spot. They're happy that they've accomplished it. But I also want to point out that Southfield maybe, again, just looking to deep dive on themselves and analyze why are these games going this long? Why do we have this kind of difficulty against the PH squads? And this grand finals will be a true test for them. If they can actually get those victories against NAOS Esports, it will tell them that, okay, we're learning from our mistakes. We're learning how to reintegrate some of these newer additions. You know, flipping more of that playtime. We saw that Chamber and Icebox. And those are the small things that Southfield can do to really bring them to get a bit more of the edge. But Southfield right now, they're the ones who really has to prove that they are here to play not just for the PH but also for APAC, and this would be the best resounding call to get another championship under the belt, but this time on the official circuit.
Old dog, new tricks is what I got from most of that, and you are absolutely correct. Again, so many strong points being made. Once again, this is the first time that we can clearly say that South Built, they're operating under a deficit. How often do you say that, guys? And to top it off, they've had such a protagonist run, to say the least. It's always been super close calls. It's always these unreal clutches to keep them alive. And it's always these tiny moments where it's proven that this is the culmination of everything they've worked towards, even before, even in the olden days. But now in the grand finals, against a new, very, very shiny, new, dominating opponent, this has to be where they make their stand.
And this might just be their last stand. No, not really. They still had Asia Pacific Challengers, but it feels like it is going to be their last stand here, because they literally came from the bottom, almost getting eliminated, and now they made it here into the grand finals. I wouldn't say that's a Cinderella story, but it feels like it is, and it's weird to say that for South Built Esports. I would say that if that happened to NAOS Esports, but no. This South Built Esports clawing their way back into the top, and they're gonna try to prove their worth here. And we're seeing the two teams side by side with us right now on the panel, and later on we'll see them go face to face, head on against each other. Now, question is, we're going to be playing on a best of 5 series. It's the first time we're going to be playing that on Challengers 1 even. What are we expecting to get banned? What are we going to be expecting to get played? What's the map veto going to be looking like here, Dax?
I think coming into a best of 5, just get rid of the map that you do not want to see. And looking at some of the things here for South Built, I don't think they're really that ready on Fracture, perhaps, because it does seem like that's one of their bans very, very often. But beyond that, it's really an open book. I'd love to see perhaps some debuts here coming into this map pool.
Well, speaking of which, we're diving into the map Vita right now. We'll see what the teams have on the plate here. And Raf, are we going to be expecting anything different here? We're so waiting for the maps to come up. Oh, wow. We brought out the new overlay too. All right, we'll figure out step by step what the picks are, what the bans are.
The numbers, Nomad. What
There
do
you
they
go.
mean? Oh, we have a fracture ban. Okay, that's pretty much expected, but I feel like the biggest challenge for SBE here is to get... Okay, never mind. I was about to say that Split has been South Build's moneymaker. They've been, or at least on the overarch of all the things, they've had such a wonderful win rate on Split. Breeze, yes, we know South Build is great on Breeze. In fact, this has been the closest they've got to, I think, winning against NAOS, but we all know how Z popped off. We all know how that turned out. This is hopefully where they change the tone of that. And, you know, I like this. This is so thrilling. Haven. Oh, that's interesting.
We're just opening these cards here, guys. It's like, okay, what's next? What do we get? But first two map picks, exactly that. Breeze, probably a map that Southbuild can absolutely contest. They were able to make waves of that very early on, and a big reason why NAOS won that map for Southbuild was the pop-up performance from Z. So if they can get that shutdown, it's going to be big. Haven there, though, second map. That is, of course, the Pinoy standard right now, and we're going to see a very hard contest there. But Southbuild now picking up Ascent, and this has been quite the confidence, man, approach here from Southbuild. Used to be one of their worst maps coming into VCT, integrating right now that earlier aggression, Flippy again, being a big component of that, Papi Chulo with many of the clutches, and they really worked on some of the points that bothered them coming into VCT. Icebox, though, gonna be that fourth map, and this is another one where basically for NAOS Esports, you got Haven, you got Ascent, you got Icebox in a row. They're going to be able to play the style that they would love to run anyway. Those compositions that do entail those utilities, those lineups, and then finally we go to Bind. So really, it's very interesting in terms of the order right now, because I feel like for Southbuild, they actually have a chance that if they start running away with this series, to get those earlier map picks, because the later we go on, it might be a bit more difficult for Southbuild to really set it up. Yes, the defense on the Bind map especially can be absolutely stifling from Southbuild, but NAOS Esports, they just have these ways with the utilities, and that is what we know the lineups. Last thing though, vetoes right now. I like it for NAOS though. I'll give them the advantage because they got rid of Split. They're like, okay, no, not for Southbuild, because Southbuild automatically has the ban Fracture, something they're not really too prepared for from what we've seen.
Oh my goodness. I'm just looking at this map pool, and I feel like this is... I might have to just kind of contradict you here. Southbuild, this is looking so brutal for them. Again, that is a win condition for them to establish early, but I feel like it's a different case. They have to marathon this out. Again, we've never seen NAOS do a long series like this. I might think that the first two maps are going to go in the way of NAOS, but Southbuild, they're probably going to be woken up. This is where they kind of wake up on Ascent and potentially take the rest of the series, but I'm really not too sure either if they want to really walk on ice as thin as that.
Well, we gotta focus on things one map at a time. Breeze is gonna be the first map here. If we're looking at his statistics here, now is for the entirety of the group stages, they have not dropped Breeze at all, and their defensive side is currently at a 67% win rate, and they pick defense first. And Southbuild Esports not really looking too good on Breeze. Their attacking is at 49%, not really as successful as they want to, and they did lose the one map onto NAOS during the group stages on Breeze. Now, we've seen the map, we've discussed what we can talk about for each map for these teams and how the entirety of the series is going to go for. We got to drop our predictions right now. I personally have ridden the NAOS hype train, and I'm gonna go with NAOS for this, and it may just be a 3-2 scoreline. It's gonna be that close.
For me though, you know what they say, third time's the charm, but this is the fourth time. So it's not going to be Charmin whatsoever. NAOS Esports has constantly proven that their way is the best way. Their utilities have been absolutely primed and ready. And compared to the shaky results that Southwold has had, NAOS has been more clear-cut about their victories, about their statements. And really, NAOS Esports, this has just been the run to remember from them. And I feel like they're going to be getting that crown at the end. 3-1 in favor of NAOS Esports.
Oh, I'm having so much trouble trying to piece this together because, again, South Built is potentially my first love, and now maybe it's not you, it's me. But the numbers, what do they mean? The statistics, they're just all over. I'd have to say, though, NAOS is the more clear-cut prediction here. Again, just the way you look at the maps, how is 57% considered a weak map, guys? I mean, come on. That's crazy.
Yep, that's a positive win rate, and that's a positive 3 straight NAOS once again here on the panel. But it's down to the teams to prove us wrong once again as we hop into the best of 5 series between NAOS and South Built Esports. It's a grand finals. It's Championship Sunday. It's map 1. We're going to Breeze.
Grand Finals Gauntlets. Here we are kicking things off, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the championship map of VCTPH. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and we got Satbuilt in the Grand Finals. They finally made it Black and Blue, but on the other side, it's not the face that we expected, but the one that we've seen proven themselves. It's NAOS Esports. So I gotta ask you, what you think about this matchup? Because 4th time we're gonna be seeing it, and we know the records here so far, and it has been NAOS with a big advantage.
Well, the saying might go, 3rd time's the charm, but South Built. If today's going to be a day of superstition, they're going to want to be able to, really break every single hex, every single spell that has been cast upon them, because these guys, this is the destination that everybody kind of expected them to get to, but they didn't take the journey there that people would have thought they would. The end result, though, from these two matchups, 6-0, favoring NAOS quite heavily. Well, I think for South Built, if anything is to go by from these past few days in that lower bracket run for them to get to these grand finals, they're probably feeling a bit more informed, and more importantly, they have got the luck of the draw on their side. You stated that the win conditions early on has to be for them to take the earlier maps, and the caveat for them here is that the fact is South Built, they get better as the series progresses. So they're gonna have to start early and hot, but it's not gonna be super easy, especially when you had Z here on Breeze last time just popping off.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting him to... Oh, that's the chamber instead. I was about to ask for the Reyna. We get the chamber here, and that's going to be a lot of long-range bombardment courtesy of him and Blurred, potentially with the twin operators on their side. Double initiator still for now as per standard, and Jet on that Viper. But here for Southbelt, it's a bit more clear-cut. Double Duelist wanted to play the aggression, and really feels like Southbelt, they were willing to bring the fight to NAOS Esports, and NAOS throws a bit of a curveball with the utilities instead. But I do want to point this out here, Black and Blue, that for the side of Southbelt, yes, those earlier maps can be more, I'd say, contentious. They can capitalize maybe on some of these early maps as well. But I feel for NAOS Esports, some of the best identities come from maps like this, like Breeze, like Haven, that they can actually go for the usual composition, something that is absolutely core to them. And in the end, NAOS Esports right now, there hasn't really been the most proper solution to their playstyle. And the only team that has beaten them here so far in the match was eliminated in the group stage already.
That has kind of been, I guess, the end result that a lot of teams really faced when coming up against NAOS, just completely dominated by this NAOS squad, super fundamentally sound, a team that just splashed onto the scene, and they were pretty much, taking every check mark off, doing everything perfectly. But now this is a day where perfection has to be paramount. where performance has to be the top priority. And now we're going to go into the grand final, the opening map, NAOS Esports versus South Built, the Philippines' finest, and we're here on map number 1. Dax, this is going to be a hell of a series, and statistically, these things typically end 3 maps, but I think we're going the distance today just based off the plot armor we've seen from both of these teams.
Oh, look, Southville already technically had a best of 5 yesterday, didn't they? They played 2 against Oasis, with the 2 overtimes, they went 3 against Action PH, and that was actually a really long series to my surprise, because it just stayed that close as much as possible until Southville ran away with it in the end. So really, SBE, these guys have endured the worst, and they do have a bit of that edge in terms of the experience themselves, and of course what we've seen from yesterday. But now it's Esports, they come from the upper bracket, and they're the ones looking to try and focus up on that A side basis. Beautiful takedown off the Kakar to start things off, dash on in, but John, a little too dangerous there on top of the container, and it's flipping right now with a takedown onto Jet instead, as is though looking to go for a closer approach towards that spawn, and as Philippe puts that spike down right behind the pyramids, closer to the right-hand side. Feels like for now, Esports, they're gonna need to navigate through the utilities yet again, take some extra angles, and this is blurred. Maybe looking for a bit of a backstab, but Kev's would take down onto Aziz already. Now Esports getting closer and closer. Double swing though to get the surprise onto blurred, flipping with that takedown. And Southfield right now looking a lot more coordinated from what we've seen compared to past remaining days. It's 3v1 though as Z goes down. Kevs can't actually get anything done. He's been clutch, but Poppy Chulo is the clutch god indeed, and he is just so staple there. SPE with a pistol win.
Very, very clean pistol round from South Built. They get those 2 duelists down now, yes, but I'm sure that John and Ziz were more than happy to go down the Martyr there. Opening up the site, giving them that space, and then it's a backline of Southfield that really secure things in the post plant. Even though they were all tagged up, they do secure a round. But we've seen these type of rounds be swung back by NAOS. And of course, as is expected, or rather as is customary, we are going into a slight pause, but still good opening pistol round here for Southfield on the attack.
Good morning. Technical pause already. This is gonna be great. 5 maps. I can't wait to see how long this goes. But, you know, we have a bit of time here, Black and Blue. Kind of want to talk to you about something. I don't think it's the most, you know, scientifically based thing, but we have seen it. We were pretty much the progenitors of it. We're the ones who pushed it forward. And in all honesty, you're talking about stats a while ago. Now it's Esports 6-0. But there's superstition now on the side of South Build, because from what I saw, my friend, I thought I saw a 3-man predict from the panel for NAOS Esports, and we've seen what happens when the panel actually is in agreement.
Yeah, it seems like if the panel agrees with itself on the entire front of it, fate just decides otherwise. And I might be wrong, we might all be wrong, but from my memory, there hasn't been a single team that has won a series after the panel here in the VCTPH voted all 3 straight, that same team. So for NAOS, I mean, it's the 7th day, it's a Sunday, but they're gonna need to ward away all that evil if they do not want it on their breezy shores right now. Breeze, I mean, it's a map they won versus South Built before, but we've seen that when it comes to South Built, when it's their 2nd, 3rd, or in this case, 4th time going up against that team that has bested them in the past, and they have that history to look back to, they're able to make the adjustments and work their way some way out in the waters to that land.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the amazing playoff panel prediction stats that our community has made, and I'm looking at right now, yeah, there's not one, and you know who's been the victim of the triple panel predict here so far? It's been Oasis both times. You know, everyone goes Oasis, and they didn't really work out. It may have happened in the group stage. I have a faint recollection that we actually got one right as a whole panel, maybe once, maybe twice. But yeah, the odds, you know, the stars on that side doesn't really pan up, doesn't it? I don't want to call it stats. That's the thing. It's like the superstitious stats. What? That makes no sense. It just so happens. There's just a lot of things right now that feels like you can feel that it's a thing, but it's not really. It doesn't have that basis in the game whatsoever. But maybe, in all honesty, you just have sometimes that feeling that today's gonna be your day, that today's gonna be a day where, oh, it's actually gonna be a disappointment. And I think right now, one of the things we've said about this year of VCTPH is expect the unexpected, especially after that first week. And in all honesty, again, who expected NAOS Esports to be here before VCT? And who expected Southbuilt to be here right now in the grand finals after what we've seen for the past 2 weeks? So here we are right now, back into the game. And for Southbuilt, the earlier confidence, already a good sign for them. We'll see if they can capitalize with the gun advantage now.
I don't doubt that even with all their struggles during the group stages at Southfield, they believe that this is theirs. They're going to have to prove it here, especially against what has basically been their biggest kryptonite. You can see all sectors all throughout this roster here across this second round bye. And, well, they're certainly working out for the meantime. Jalicious able to get that kill with the Sheriff, but for the most part, everything looking pretty dry for NAOS. Doesn't seem to make it look too expensive just yet.
Yeah, and I'm liking it from Southbuilt. They realize, especially against the PH scene, them able to go toe-to-toe on
One
frags
enemy remaining.
has been one of the components to their success, and that's usually John's assist at the start, and you have someone like Flippy and Papichul later on in the end to go for the takedowns. Jeddo all the way by the spawn, tried to at least go for a tap, but only 12 HP though. It's another Southbuilt Esports win incoming, and really, for SPE, that extra bit of confidence right now, it is helping them immensely. The willingness to go for the push. Sometimes, though, it is a little too eager. A few, I'd say, rookie mistakes for such veterans that some people would like to say, but it had worked. It pretty much worked yesterday, and we'll see if it's going to be working on that even more so now. So that extra bit of bite from Southbuilt, can that give them the edge and clip the wings of NAOS Esports? Their test, though, will come as a 2-0 will lead the gun round for NAOS Esports.
You touched upon, those kind of rookie mistakes, those basic stuff that they do get wrong sometimes whenever it could be few and far between. But what they do right is really what has propelled them to get to this stage. It's really been that big factor to, I guess, carry them through the humps, and that's why they're here. But this round from NAOS, rifles all across, and Southbuilt, they're the ones who are going to be hard-pressed to really apply some pressure here. They're going to have to do it fast and hard, close that gap, because they know the Spectres have a limited range of engagement. And still, Jaw wins. That's exactly what they need to do, and Aziz able to get the trade on Z as well before he even gets that rendezvous back to the site. So, Aziz gets that opening pick, bring it to a 4v3, but a bunch of them are quite low, and Ja, he's one of those with the rifle.
As we say about the dynamic duelist duo right now, John assists with the takedowns. John, they're surviving so low on the HP. But that Spectre getting up close personal abs will be huge. Aziz, though, watching out for the flags as much as possible. He's still there waiting for a new challenger. And this is it. Aziz with a third kill. Needs no help whatsoever. Kev's now all alone. And it's bonus time here for Southbuilt as they get that 3-0. And this is the thing. Southbuilt, they're pretty much not known to have these strong starts. But especially yesterday against Oasis Gaming, they went up on that first map so early on. And will we see those shades here? Can it propel Southbuilt right now to go further and further into these rounds? And as we've seen from the likes of teams like Action PH, having this early buffer in the first half is immensely successful coming into the second, because you have rounds to give, you can play that economy, and there are times when you want to be a little too ambitious, it blows up in your face. It's okay, because you are still in the lead anyway.
That's something that is honestly super true, Dan. With this team, Papichul gets a pick. They're not known for starting off strong, getting a bunch of rounds, but Jalicious, he finds Ja. We've seen Southbuilt in the past few days, maybe like 3 times over at this point, get like 3-0, 4-0, hell, even sometimes 5-0 starts, but then the opposing side starts to come back at them, and that's been true for the most part here. Jalicious, he's going to find a second, both the duelists being taken down here, okay, and this is honestly part of the pattern as well. You see Southbuilt get like really good starts, and then they lose an eco round, and then from then on, that's where the opposing side can come back from. So now they have the man advantage here, have not retrieved a rifle, but SPE, they're happily to able to give that up and go for the plant on B instead.
Yeah, double-edged sword though. They are gonna go for that B site, but honestly, NAOS Esports, can they go for the guns here? They are too far off though. And NAOS right now deciding to potentially congregate the forces and go for the retake instead. So the numbers are there, yes, but the guns aren't. And this is already great scouting from Flippy. Realizes by the cave. Blurred is there right behind the concrete. Micro though in behind Jet. He's getting stalked. And this is going to be perfect here. Flippy though will get that takedown. Did Micro give up position? Not too much. Flippy there going to be able to get 2 instead. Now it's Esports now moving on forward. The classic though with the shot on the Flippy. Papi Chulo catches out Kevs in response. And SBE, they're all around the site. Blurred gonna be picking up a rifle. With only 20 HP. It might be a far cry of a task to actually expect from Papi Chulo though out in the open. Micro there with a takedown. And some great opportunities
Last player
from the
standing.
angles here taken by SBB. Little unfortunate for this. I heard a chuckle, I heard a giggle there, Black and Blue.
Dude, he was literally like an
Unfortunate.
inch away from barely that. It's like the black radiant explosion, the event horizon of it barely touched his ankle. And he goes down with it.
It's because of the hat. I blame the hat. It's bigger than his head, so it's like, oh no, it touched the spike, and that's it. But you know, this is 4-0 for Southbolt Esports. And one thing I said about it on the panel for this map is they're just gonna be able to shut down the likes of NAOS, especially someone like Z. Southbolt, they have the repertoire to basically wait out on the map like this. And here we go again. Aziz, he is just willing to push, he is willing to fight, and he has been really the entry point of Southbolt for so far. He even gets to kill all the camps. Kakarot fighting John Spot, but Aziz already with 2 make that 3. Turnabout is fair play, and a quick swipe right behind him will lead into another
Spike
takedown.
planted.
Is this the rampage now of the Reyna looking for more? Papi Chulo gonna be up close and personal, even just anticipate NAOS Esports and a potential push. But here with Z and Blurred, have the operator in hand. Z though swinging on in, gets the takedown. No trade there from Flippy, a little too late to the party. And this is Blurred here coming in from the doorway.
Here.
Just wants to find
One
an
enemy
angle
remaining.
of attack. Oh no, bow and arrow not gonna be matching the operator whatsoever.
enemy
But
remaining.
Aziz gets a 4th. Here we have the dismiss. And can he get the ace? No, it doesn't. The dismiss might not have been the right call, but did it buy enough time? It's gonna be closer there with the spike, but time gonna be at least still doable here for Southbolt. For NAOS Esports rather. And it's 4-1 as NAOS gets at least 1 point on the board.
Such a close round that could have went either way. Maybe just missed half a second later. Maybe if he beat his way in the cave, he would have made it out safely, but it just doesn't turn out that way. And now they finally get the round on the board, but at to what cost? At the very least, they get that operator saved. They are scrapped for cash. You can see Z, fortunately for him, has that tour de force online to use. So double operators, 2 snipers basically going to be trained down the sights of either site here. So SB, no matter where they go, they're gonna have to face a sharpshooter looking their way.
Yeah, just the alleyways of aggression basically immediately hampered by NAOS Esports and Jay on the inside of the tunnel. He is spoiled and ready to strike. And that's 2 immediately for the Viper. One of the biggest strengths of Jay really is to be basically the first fragger in and around, especially on the defending side. He has so many cheeky angles on many a map. Here on Braze, he's whipping out a few more just to surprise Southbolt. And that being said, it's only 5v3 and now is controlling the battlefield immensely. Not only with their long-range possibilities, but also that close-range encounter.
And this is, as I said, the pattern that we've seen many times. Southfield, they get these 4-0 starts, but the opposing side just find the picks that they need to start bringing things back slowly, but surely at the very least. Attacker side map, yes, but Southfield do typically struggle on the attacking side in general, no matter what map you're talking about. They find, rather than get that information that there is a player here on Zons, Neural Theft is going to have to come in huge. It's going to get the ping off as well. That forces him to dash away Blurred, but he still gets a kill before backing off. And the fact that it was Micro on that Viper drops the wall. They don't have that cover. Flippy getting tagged up quite a bit, and both SBE players are now low, but he still finds a kill. Equalizes things to 3v2, but very winnable for NAOS! Papi Chulo and Flippy! Perfect on the post plan, and they still win out the 3v5 in the end.
Yeah, when we say that, John Aziz, they're the ones who play those entries, but when you need someone to come in clutch, Papi Chulo and Flippy the ones to rely on. And oh my Papi, he just goes at it again. And it's beautiful what he's able to do here. So not only does he provide cover from himself away from the operator, neural attempt there to get that takedown. Blurred, I think that's the right option. It's either you go for someone who's pushing and doesn't anticipate you, or you challenge that Cypher, and he still got a kill anyway. But in that 2v2 encounter, Southville just getting a great surprise onto NAOS Esports. And now this is looking a little perilous here for NAOS, because we've seen it on a map like Breeze. If you're down on the economy, you're not just going to be down on your luck, but you're going to be down on the range. And Southville right now can take advantage of the gun advantage here again. Micro right now waiting for someone else to challenge. Will Jay get caught here? Yes, he does. And really, Micro, such a better player. He's not going to get fooled twice. Draw with a takedown too, and in a 5v2 straight. Just Southville, all they need to do now is walk onto the site and call it their home.
As you said, it can be very difficult to convert these eco rounds on a map like Breeze when the range simply doesn't favor anything with a smaller caliber than these rifles possess. One thing people don't really, I guess, aren't aware of is Micro has actually been longtime teammates with some of the players on the opposing side now. So he's played with Kevs and Kakarot when they were on that Fallen 5 CS days, and they're kind of like the B team of Brand back in the day, but they have bested that main roster. So when it comes into underdogs and being the overdogs, yeah.
Oh, wait, Black and Blue. So you're telling me, again, we're still saying Bren versus Bren.
Yeah, in some capacity, the core of Bren is still in the grand finals. People think there's only 3 Bren multiverse teams, as Ja gets the kill, and that's Secret, Bren, and South Built. But there is that DNA within this NAOS roster.
So basically, NAOS is kind of like their cousin?
Yeah, if anything.
I can't believe we have a family tree, a family feud right now that's going on. Why?
I mean, if like South Built, Bren, and Secret are like siblings, I guess you could say a cousin, a very direct cousin would be quite apt for the NAOS COD.
Oh yeah, true, because they're probably, you know, their uncle and then family. And that's NAOS Esports. You're still... Whoever scouted all these teams for Bren before, that has to be one of the best scouts, in all honesty, for PHFPS talent. Just given the fact that we had 3 main rosters basically in the VCT playoffs, one of them right now, South Build. And then on the other side, they still see the infusion truly of those CSDs for Bren. And again, as he said, Kakarot especially, I remember him just being one of those shining stars at the latter half, perhaps, of that CS run. And it really just goes to show that the experience and sometimes the concentration of these talents, they just find ways to know each other. And I think that's one of the beautiful things, since we're coming out of a eco round anyway. The one of the beautiful thing about the Valorant scene and the PH scene is because these guys are actually pretty close to each other, given the fact outside the game they were willing to hang out, just because they've had that history together in other games. So they've matured already alongside each other, they know each other very well, and sometimes it can come out into the game, but back into the match itself, Southbuilt will be vying for that mid control.
They have taken it very far up top. This is an angle that hasn't worked out for both of these duelists the past time around, but Delicious isn't there to stop him this time. Oh, barely gets by, almost being taken down there. Ja, not able to land the shot, but they're making their way here onto the half wall. He has no idea that there's a player right behind him. Still, Delicious has the better of both of the duelists, the both tips of the spears here for South Built. South Built, we've seen them come back from these kind of 3v5s. They brought it down to a 3v4, equalizing things up. It's now to a 3v3. Dex, what are we seeing here from the back line once more?
We're seeing Papichulo do Papichulo things, basically, and oh my, Micro, there we have a takedown off the jet. Kevs, though, will shut down Papichulo, and I think that's one matchup you have to watch out for here. Kevs has been the clutcher for NAOS Esports. Been the case for Southfield, but Papichulo is on the field. But online now, with the Viper split, Hatsuri is the call. He's looking too dangerous, you have to cover! But since you're spotted by the lightning, there's the takedown there, courtesy of Kevs. It's 2v1 now, Micro gonna be hugging the wall here in behind the backside. And it's all up to him to try and psych out the opposition. But as one enemy remaining. He will be exposed. Micro, though, still finding the timing versus Kevs anyway. Kakarot now peeking into the ropes. Misses the shots at the start, but does not miss at the end. And NAOS Esports will get by yet again. But the NAOS Esports victories, man, they've only had one survivor so far. And on a map like Breeze, when you struggle to build up the economy, you're gonna be scrapping again for the next round.
Yeah, and I don't expect a real good full buy here. You can see Blur doesn't even have his blade, so he's going to be hard-pressed to really get a proper weapon. Actually, no, they do have barely enough there at the end of Kakarot to drop him. And Flippy, such a good angle for Kevs to pop that Hunter's Fury at. Finds a tag at the first shot of it. And Kakarot getting that clutch in the end, but he was down 20 HP, man. A single bullet from anything else would have taken him down, and we would have seen another 3v5 successfully won by Southbuilt again. But Operator not in the hands of NAOS. Southbuilt this time bring that long-range firepower.
And I like it when it's Ja on that ship with the Operator, because it does feel like he's a lot more, I'd say, relaxed with his approach. He doesn't go full ham like ASUS. And let's just say, you know, ASUS, that's absolutely fine. It gives you the entries, and that's why he's gotten so many MVP awards. But the other times, you just want to say, hey, chill out. Or I remember that Icebox map, we were backstage and we were talking about him on that chamber, and all I said was, rendezvous, s'il vous plaît. And into all those overtime. So there's that balance right now that Southbuilt really has on their duelist line. And we'll see what Ja can do after he got tagged a little bit there. Southbuilt, though, finding the opportunities, perhaps, to come into this A site, setting up the defaults yet again. Dog screen gonna be there, covering fires, and Blurred says hello immediately. Cloudburst right now might try to disengage on the way, walks, sneak on by. And really for now here, they just want to hold the line. Kevs with one. Nemo with the headhunter! And that is just efficiency at its prime. Null command right now to bring us back to the path. Micro though to be able to get two. But it's Kakarot there with the takedown. Micro now with three though. And he's looking for another angle. Micro wants to go after Jet first. Kakarot just fights the side. And it's Jet with the kill from afar. As NAOS Esports will hold the line there. 3-6. And I feel like for NAOS, I love the fact that they had that restraint to just back on the way to prepare themselves for SB.
And you would think backing away might be the, I guess, misplay there from NAOS, considering there was an Operator in the hands of Ja, and considering just, you know, that gap that they wanted to close with maybe the Spectre in the hands of Z on that chamber. Micro had a very valiant effort in the end. Ja just could not land the shot. Things could have maybe gone differently, but perhaps him being on that Operator on attack really slowed them down and would have gone better and fared more, I guess, fortunate. They were able to really have his aggression to entry into that site. But this time, not that same mistake will come in, because he's on the blades this time, which will give them, in many ways, a sharper, I guess, aggress into whichever alley they decide to take.
The alley right now might be the tunnel. Jedo contested yet again, but when he's that far, Southbuilt does struggle to find that target. And flash right though comes online. Poppy Chulo finds Blur there. And here comes Ja with the blade, but misses wildly. But how does he survive up in the air? Kakarot cannot hit the shot. And instead, Ja shows him how it's done. Micro with the kill though, and Southbuilt now navigating themselves towards that B side. Truly, they've taken command. Ja with the kill onto Kevs even. And this should be pretty much a secure round for Southbuilt. So well played with the kills, unless Z, yeah, maybe 6 bullets for the Headhunter. Rifle in hand, 2 away from the Tour de Force. Might have an arsenal here, Black and Blue, to play the clutch.
Definitely so. If he gets that too, as you said, he's going to get his ult, and more importantly, SBE, they've got both of their duelists quite low. If he can find Micro, especially here, this is going to be huge. And Flippy, those utility post-line players, but it doesn't come to pass. Not even a single one in the clutch, potentially. 7-3. And what am I seeing from SBE here? Ja he dodges a flash, gets his way, gets a good angle to, you know, take down Kakarot, but neither of them really connecting. In the end, he pulls out the gun from his holster and says, well, it's a gunfight, let me finally use a darn gun, and gets the job done.
Yeah, it's respect. It's respect, man. Listen, because if you miss, I will miss too, and then we'll go again. Well, you were saying something, right?
All I was gonna say is maybe there at the end, after Micro gets a kill, you know, it would have been, rather before that, it would have been more beneficial for him to just gamble the right click and hope something happens in that one, instead of how that went. But hey, it is what it is.
It is what it is. And in the end, Southbuilt again with the round win. Now, I've noticed here something Black and Blue lately in their runs here in the playoffs. It has been, surprisingly, the Southbuilt attack that has truly stepped on up. And here we go again. Case in point, SBE up on the first half when they start things off on the attacking side. And it is such a telltale sign of their evolution. And I feel like for South Built, those are the biggest strengths that they have, the perceived weaknesses from before. You know, that ascent map, you know, that offensive side. It's been helpful, but you try to be sneaky, but you missed the shot, and you cannot get the execution or the assassination in this instance. It's 5v3 so quickly here. South Built looking to scramble towards that B side, and what could have been beautiful from NAOS Esports apparently is quite the dud. And here, oh my.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that's it. Unfortunate there for Z. Maybe use the ADS here in the Headhunter, as now it's Delicious tagged up by what he was trying to destroy, or even maybe kind of limbo under. It just doesn't work out that way. He's got a Spectre, tags job quite a bit, but he's not going to win the duel fight against Papi Chulo. 8-3 on this attacking side, to be fair, favored on Breeze. As you said, Dax, the South Built are never really known for their attacking side, so for them to be going in here on, by the way, the only map that Pro doesn't play, the team captain, says a lot about how prepared they are to play today.
No, I keep saying it though, like with Flippy and Roster, they have that extra bit of aggression to help them when they only play a single duelist and Flippy's there for something like Sky on the flashes. He's that extra punch that you can have, and case in point right now, South Built, they have a bit more of a high octane spree in this configuration, and Ja decides to just step on the dreams of Z there. You hear the Chamber say they are so dead. Apparently he's the one who was fallen immediately in the halls. That will echo already into the round, and it's a huge pick off to start the last round of this first half.
I guess you get what you wish for there. He starts off with the op. You saw him also buy a secondary rifle just in case he needs it. Man, the RGX is all the fire now, isn't it? It's all the talk.
It has like stats.
You know, I've always been a believer of the RGX. It was one of the first Vandal skins I always used, but then I was
you're saying to me you were RGX pioneer. You were there before it was cool.
I was there since the start, and people were like, why RGX, man? It's so big. Like, that's why. Big gun for big jobs to be done.
I love it. Always for Black and Blue with the statements, but Micro right now, it's all about these small efforts. And Jer, you getting poisoned. Jer, you okay? You got it. Oh, he needs to go for the push, and he will actually get the takedown with the Flippy. As Micro will trade him, but now Esports able to get the utilization. Josh already with the infiltration behind the pyramid. He even gets the takedown on the Blurred Kakarot though, watching those back lines. And that will be the fall of the Jet. 2v2 right now. And in this instance, I like to call here, Micro going for the rotate. Papi Chulo in the middle, and we've seen the impact potential of the Cypher with the takedowns, but really you have to trust your teammate here, Micro. Just run, do not hesitate, because you need to put that spike down in time. This is going to be a bit close to the finish line.
Time.
I think he made it.
He's got time. Barely enough time to get the spike down. 15 on that one.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but Kakarot, great on the deny! And now he has that 0 point to find the information. Papi Chulo barely out of range, but he is in a place nobody would expect. They're not even checking towards his mid position. They're going to be totally focused on that backside. All he's got to work with, though, are those cyber cages and the tripwires. 1v2, Papi Chulo, one of the most consistent clutchers on this team.
One enemy remaining.
Now gets a tap, and now he knows where Papi Chulo is. Kevzo, also very consistent on these clutches, keeping him at bay. Taps the spike, goes for the off angle, sprays down, but he's forced off of it. Not even wanting to try and commit to that fight, but Papi Chulo, the daddy of it all, brings home the bacon, the meal, and 9-3, the curse could be real, but not for the meantime. The ROG clutch for South Built.
The sizzle from Papi Chulo. And that was the matchup I'm looking for. Kevs versus Papi Chulo. Who will be able to basically go for that takedown at the end? And just because Micro went for that marathon, it gave them a chance. It gave them that hope. And Papi Chulo was the one who took that baton home. But Cyber is such a bother with the sight lines and time. Not on the side of NAOS Esports whatsoever. 3-9 though. And we've been talking about Superstition being a thing here so far. Now, Esports right now, they're going to have to prove something on the attacking side. But thing is, since they ran the Chamber rather than that Reyna that Z popped off last time they faced off against South Built, they're not going to have that immediate potency. And they're going to have to play a bit more for the pick side rather than the usual ultra aggress that we see from them.
And while this might be an attacker side map, the composition, as you said, without the Reyna, kind of suggests that they would be doing better on defense. They did. Information has been gathered, and this is the exact same play that Southfield ran on their pistol round. It seemed to work out. Blurt able to find one, but the duelist here once again from Southfield, holding things down at the start of the round. You can expect that backline to come in later. Ja up close, he gets that kill on Agilicious, just spamming the Sheriff his way. But Z, once again, this is his map, and Kevs is there to back him up. Micro down to a 1v2. He's coming from behind. They don't have much idea, but they will soon as that trap is destroyed. They now know he's coming here from the caves, and they're gonna try and send him and keep him there for the meantime.
And this is it, 2v1. Microdog, can he actually make the play work? Spike gonna get planted. Z though, he played the flag perfect a while ago. Will he go for the takeout? It's Kevs instead! And a pistol win here from NAOS Esports. Gotta say though, for NAOS, extra bit of confidence. A little bit of deja vu though at the start. We saw again the Jet dashes in on the container, punish the same way. But for NAOS Esports right now, their time for momentum and their time to have
4-9, and perhaps maybe throwing it 8-4 would have been better if superstitions are to be believed. As 9-3 curse, well, we've seen it happen many a time over. Oh, a bookworm here. Hello, Jimmy. 4-9, as I said, you know, the only things they really got to work with here is Ja on that Sheriff. For the most part, Southfield will want to play those close angles. That cam confirms there is a player here towards that Halls. In his hands, a hunting rifle of that Marshal. Because of that information gathered, it sends NAOS the opposite way, trying to take mid control instead. They know the long range is where they are going to be more favored for. But even with that SPE, they think they have the read. They've kind of been faked for this A push. The B site is completely open, so not looking too well right now. For Southfield on this one, if they can go for the retake and maybe get a few kills in, then things could go differently later in the half. But for the meantime, clean round for NAOS looking so far. It's going to be very difficult for Southfield to even get within reaching distance of finding some picks here.
I mean, they have a group of them to try at least to go for the contest, but since the guns are not going to be too much in their favor here, and Ja looking for a bit of the exit, breaks the trademark. But beyond that, I think that's it. Now Esports going to be able to get a clean round. Will Southfield, though, just go gung-ho anyway with the pistols that they have as they go for the full eco here. Really, in these situations, though, you can see the respect that they have for each other. Now Esports, they got the clear sightlines, they got the clear push, and Southfield, they're not even trying, they're not even bothering. They're just gonna decide, guys, it's time. Hold hands, let's go on side. Kakarot for 1 with 2, and everyone gonna be falling there. I feel like for Kakarot, he just wanted to at least get some kills for his ultimate points to get that null command earlier on. Does give him at least 2 of those takedowns there, but beyond that, Southfield just say go next as we go into the bye.
And part of that as well is that's a good spot. With them, obviously, you know, not dying, it's not going to give credits and economy to the opposing side now. More importantly, if they're on Spectres, they're going to force them to stay on those Spectres to try and go for a bonus instead of them dying and maybe reinvesting into this round with better guns, you know, rifles abound. Still though, Z, you see him purchasing that Vandal, and there's some Bulldogs here on the side of NAOS, which can definitely bite. Very, very painful, especially now that, you know, some love has been given to it. And Blurred might only have a Marshal, but that isn't saying a lot because he can do so much work with this.
I mean, that's the thing. NAOS invested a lot in that last round, and since it's not just Spectres, the Bulldogs there into play, they can still contest the range anyway with the arsenal that they have. Vandals at the ready on the other side. Ja now creeping on closer and closer, gets hit by the all the way here on the side. Takedown finally does it versus Kevs. Keto with the trade quickly. Doxicry going to set one up to try to get that degree of separation. Southfield be able to get the takedown off the fight for Z there with the answer off the Aziz. And this is now Esports now bringing the tide back in their favor. 3v2 though, Flippy and Micro will be right behind the container.
Last player standing.
And in the middle, it's Kakarot beside these pyramids. Kakarot now gonna be able to get the third. The null command is set for the next round. And nicely down here by NAOS, they're the ones who get their rounds here. Ooh,
bonus working out for NAOS there. You got the Marshals, the Bulldogs, everything connecting, and Kakarot just making full use of that Bulldog in his hands.
One enemy remaining.
That's what we talked about, you know, those rifles, the fact that they had them. People underestimate just how much damage that Bulldog can do, both at range and up close. SBE, they find that out firsthand. Not a single ultimate online for them, but now if they really want to turn the tide of things here, things get dicey. They can pop that null command to just shut everything down from South Build. So all South Build got to rely on here are these sheriffs. They can be very thrifty with these.
Yeah, flip-flop like the words we spit. And right now, Jet and Ja, brothers from perhaps different alphabets, different letters. But here we have it now. It's Jet with a better gun and to take down. Now Esports, all they have to do here is play in a tight, clean manner and make sure that they still are able to stay away from the lethal range of South. Well, this is the big test, Papi Chulo. We know he can make miracles happen, but this time, it will not be this water into wine. Micro now, the only one left. Kev's still not paying attention. Line it up, Micro. Line up properly. He can't find it, and now he gets seen, and he will get taken on down. These backstabs with the sheriffs or the headhunters not really working right now here in Breeze.
And now NAOS, they're able to build up that economy and cut the lead down to just 2 rounds, basically 7-9. Time out to be called here, a tactical one by South Build, just to kind of help them get back on their feet, stop bleeding once more. Now it's a very, very clean eco round. For them to make that clean really helps them in their economy and in their fight for the longer term. So this timeout, I think, properly placed. Maybe it could have been earlier. They do not want this lead to get cut down.
Yeah. And this is the thing for South Build. I think one way for them to mitigate some of the heavy losses they had early on is to have these better first halves, especially on the attacking side. But they still do drop the ball along the way. And that's the weirdest thing about South Build. This is a squad that can endure. The more rounds that you end up playing, the better the chances of South Build to get that victory. Not only that, the more maps that you play, this is a team that is mature enough, experienced enough to be able to keep at it with the energy and go for the victories there. But at the same time, if you just look at the map itself, they'll get that early lead, and then later on, they'll start losing these rounds, allow the opposition to get close, and from what we saw yesterday, you still win, yes, but in the narrowest of margins. So it's a little dangerous, but at least it's one way to mitigate things right now for South Build. Of course, we're all on the camp right now, I feel, especially on the talent side, that if South Build was a lot cleaner on how their VCTPH run was, they would be the ones with the power position over everyone else. But the reality here is, it's the Nultimate now into play, and now Esports is on the same side.
Look at this wall coming in, and Blur just finding Micro trapped there on the yellow position. Did not find his way on out. Southbuild trying to go for a hard read on the stack towards B side, but it's not going to work out as Papi Chulo does get taken down. Flippy is able to answer back in a Delicious, and that drops their smoke wall, but still, it's a 4v3, not an operator invested here on the South Build side, so it's retake possible. But Assist, he's been tagged up. Will they even check yellow this close angle? Shock dart coming on in. I don't think they will. He's blurred. He finds that kill on the job, and Assist cannot follow up as well. Very, very clean round from NAOS once again, and we're looking like a tied game here.
Whenever we see that null command, it's just the symbol of victory for NAOS Esports. And in all honesty, of all the teams I expect that can handle that null command push, compared to anyone else on the PH scene, I do expect Southbuild to at least know how to play without those abilities based from what they came from. But the thing is, this is just the bread and butter of NAOS Esports. They get the suppress, they get the zone out without the abilities coming their way, and that is enough space that they need to adjust accordingly on the fly and get those victories. So, one away now from the tied scoreline, and from what we've seen here, NAOS Esports gonna get a clear path towards this B side. Dash on in for Blurred, realize the situation that no one is home, and this was immediately a post plant to start things off.
Ooh, they do burn the ult on that though. Trying to make sure that they can secure the round and tie things up with Southbuild. They know that Southbuild can be very, very ferocious on these eco rounds. Trying to play to their best of their ability to make it safe, really secure it, give any economy towards Southbuild. Blades connect here for Ja, a bit way low, and he still do land in the end as Kev's there for the trade immediately, not letting that one get away too easy. Here comes a recon ball, shot out by Papi Chulo. That gives him away, perfectly placed and perfectly timed here by Kev. He finds the angle on the head as Micro is able to get one kill, probably not anymore. Lurk will shut him down, and now they tied the game up.
Silver lining for Southbuild. They get 2 kills, they get the Viper spit away, but here we have the reality yet again setting in. This was a 9-3 scoreline a while ago, Now it's 9-9, and what we've seen here is NAOS Esports on the attacking side. This is where they can absolutely shine with their waves, with their forces, and with this kind of push. I gotta ask you, Black and Blue, for South Built, how will they get out of this hole? Because it really feels like here on the defensive side, it's something that they're more catered for. But at the same time, NAOS Esports is just hitting them at the right sites at the right times.
I guess the fact that there's this KO on Kakarot has been such a struggle for Southwood to try and counteract. Every time they match up against NAOS, it's probably been the biggest factor of why NAOS are so good at counteracting SBE specifically, and any team for that matter. But Z, there's nothing about that here. He just simply wins the gunfight. Flippy's able to win a second here. Getting 2 kills is huge, and the fact that he's gotten those spears away from NAOS' side is going to make the tribe a lot more difficult to try and get themselves within those sites. So his jaw goes down. They have potential to save this operator, but he wants to stick with a weapon at hand as the rotation from NAOS are coming towards A.
And that was just beautiful utility again from Flippy. Just got the scan, figured out how NAOS Esports was going to push through that toxic tree, and that was the show for that 2K. This it misses again, and that's a little rare here for Southfield. Both John assists falling to the hands of C because of those initial peaks anyway. Now the Tour de Force looking for a bit of revenge as the rendezvous is set up as well. But Hunter's Fury now the call, avoiding the shots, not wanting to get tagged whatsoever. Flippy here, aiming towards the right-hand side. Jet though in the meantime, but take out off the micro. But it's Flippy with a 3K anyway, and here he comes. Poppy Chulo is there. Can Flippy get one more? No, it's Jet this time with the clutch for NAOS Esports side, and they will take the lead away from Southfield. They just keep winning, and this attacking side has been all down in the second half.
Dax, today is a day of superstition, and it seems like the 9-3 curse is definitely alive here. That's not to put away, you know, what NAOS have done to get back into this, because they've been playing spectacularly, but Z, timing, favoring him there. He's dodging left and right, and he's not able to land the shot as well. Delicious at the end, dipping in and out, and this is a map that Z has showed himself to be very, very capable in. Once again, Southbuilt were at the opposing end of that.
Yeah, just again, the positions that NAOS had in the first place, and again in the second place with Jet there, those are just instrumental for their success. As soon as they get on the site, it's quite a mystery truly on where NAOS is absolutely stationed, and as soon as you realize, already getting shot up by the opponents in Southfield now. Getting those shades of the past here, Z will get the lineup into 2. So, yo, Z popping off. Second half check. SBE struggling on the economy check. This was the playbook of NAOS last time on Braves, but Poppy Chulo and Assist. Here comes Blurred with the Blades. Kakarot there peeking after the target was the priority. Poppy Chulo though corrects his aim, and he's still in this game versus Z. And it's 2v1 now, but again, when it's Poppy on the field, there's always the possibility here for South Builds.
1v2. Neural Theft a bit far out of range. He's gonna have to not be able to use that for the meantime. He does have his cam to gain information if it is so needed, if he can find the right timing for it. Oh, I think he's gonna find the timing here on Kakarot. He spots him, knows that he can bide his time, knows he can just walk by him and stay behind him. Wait for the second pick. He's gonna go for the knife here, and he gets it on Kakarot as well, showing him, hey man, what's up? Don't we have a game to play? But it's still down to the 1v1. This is gonna be so difficult to win this clutch versus Blurred with an operator. He knows that this round is done, and it's going to have to be the one he's gonna give up. He gets at least, you know, a bit of a consolation prize at the end, but 11-9. NAOS, very, very good from them. But still, everything considered, a decent eco from South Built.
He wins the mental battle versus Kakarot. That's for sure. He just stalked him and sculpted him. And really, Poppy Chulo just so consistent again and again in these situations. Maybe though, if he just shot him immediately, ran onto the site, could have given him a chance at least to go for the defuse on the spike. But nary the reason, it was an eco, as you said, for South Built, and they got some good damage versus NAOS Esports. And every bit counts. NAOS Esports has been on an absolute tear. And at this rate, they should have money for many of the succeeding rounds unless South Built is the one who strings along the wins instead. So NAOS pretty much set for life, pretty much set for more of these fights. With Blurred ready with the operator, Again, they're looking for those range distances, those advantages perhaps they can take control of and pick apart Southfield.
Biding their time. NAOS know that, with this operator in the hands of Blurred, proper thing here to do would be to wait for Southfield to overpeak, to maybe make a mistake. Southfield, they are prone to doing that. Trying to take these gunfights, as you said, with, the KO being on the opposing side. Be very difficult to back away after getting those initial kills. God, he's been spied out, but he still commits to the fight, doesn't dash out to safety. Just leaves ASUS and PPGL very up close though. And now that they've popped in all command and the recon at the perfect time, they're going to be dead to right. PPGL finds the kill on TAGALOG, but he's not going to be able to escape anymore as Blurred is there to get the break. So he does get taken down. They've been pinned by the recon as well. It's still a 4v2.
30
Them
seconds
taken
left.
down very low though as Flippy holding on here for
Spike
Southfield.
planted.
I mean, they got the suppress still. That's the thing. No escape whatsoever for Southfield. And with the robot on the floor, it was still the beacon of hope for NAOS Esports. And suddenly, it will be them getting the post plant yet again. Watching doorway go for the push of Micro. Flippy dropping on down to
One enemy remaining.
But Flippy there. Flippy just gets free immediately.
standing.
Shot their flies on by. Micro is there for the takedown. And while Blurred gets 4, it's the one that SBE needs to stop the bleeding against NAOS Esports. We're going to double digits for both sides. 11 to 10. And Southfield's still alive.
Actually, even if Micro didn't get the kill there, I think it would have almost secured the round, depending how time went, as long as Micro stayed alive, because I believe that shot dart hit him right on the money, hit him right directly. Let's see. It actually does connect. Well, maybe not, but could have potentially finished him off if he was still within it. 11 to 10, they do not save the operator here, believing that aggression might be their best way of protecting their sites.
It's that kind of play. It's like, I'm going down, you're going down with me, for sure. Whereas Shock Dart flies there to the other side. Thing is, though, the Southfield that still had the numbers. And again, just if you don't have PPGL, you can rely on someone like Flippy to bring in the impact in those situations. Of course, Veteran Cool, from when Pro is playing, he's there to go for that final takedown. Micro, same case. It's Southfield Esports right now. At least get back a bit of that confidence on the defending side. And we'll see if NAOS Esports can get this momentum back. Thing is, though, operator here for Blurred, and this is a heavy investment for NAOS Esports. If they lose this, might be put in a potential eco state. Tripwire now gonna get broken. Jet will be the one to at least take it down. But thing is, NAOS Esports, they have a lot of forces towards the hallway. More so than before, and with Z opening things up even more so here from the middle and more, then NAOS Esports, they can go for that A side.
Yeah, gonna be one of the backlines for defend here. ASUS, he's been spotted on the side. He's popped his ultimate, but you know that he loves to try and push these type of smokes and mollies. Will he be able to get the kill though? He's very, very committed. Only finds that one kill. Didn't get be found for him. Here comes the ultimate now to try and secure that post-man scenario. We've got the recon to try and spot him out, and they drop it. Perfect timing here from Flippy on the recon and on the shots with the spam as well. Ja, he has information. There is Kakarot on the back of that side there towards the Ivy side. No more dash from him. It has been burned. They do have this Aldron to get information. They're going to spot him out on the bricks, and they do get the trade-off 1-for-1. They know Kakarot's on the site. They have to assume that within that cave, there's going to be another player as well. Kakarot has to come in big here, but Ja's the one to go even bigger. 11 to 10. This could be tied up, but Kevs, he brings it to the 1v1. Smoke not available anymore for Micro. He's going to have to go huge here. And he does connect the shot. Things are tied up, Dax, and we're going the distance because 11 to 11, it shall be set.
What is up with Southfield? In all honesty, why do they need to make it this close, Is it really the sheer willpower of the other team? Is it when Southfield starts dropping the ball, then picks it back up?
One enemy remaining.
Despite that, despite the trends that we've been seeing, we are in for a treat if these are gonna be the score lines for our map. With Micro there, 1v1, he's got this. We saw it last time, we saw it this time. For Southfield right now, they are back on the board. NAOS Esports though, this is gonna be another buy for them, but this is what I was talking about. Kakarot,
right here.
Kakarot, hello? What do you got in your arsenal? Finally makes it in time, but Kev's here, quick contact perhaps versus ASUS. Doesn't want to get baited by the orb though. This is temptation right in front of him. The apple of Eden, and here comes the snake, going for the push for the punish. but apparently the original sin has not been set. No takedown as of yet, but you can see here already, it's now Esports knocking on their doors, and the inside now gonna get the pressure, getting in with Poppy Chulo with the takedown. As he's gonna get on the board too, and with Poppy getting back to cover, he's still alive, he's still safe. Even gets the intel there. That is how, my friend, just black and blue. You can see for Poppy Chulo, it's all about those decisions being made at the right time. And with the intel right now given to SPE, now Esports is forced to go somewhere else.
He's such a cerebral player here, Poppy Chulo, and that's where he's really brought his value to his team. Such good shot selection and positioning. And that smartness from him really helps cement him as one of those really big brain sentinels we've got in the scene. But they do get one orb closer to that null command, which we've seen, you know, from NAOS be pretty much a turning point and really winning them every single time they pop that null command. It's so hard for a team like South Build to even fight back when they don't got their ultimates up. The thing is, they get the plant here though, and that 100 meter a bit too late. G-Licious is gonna find Ja though, although that was Ja, who was low HP already. That gives the information away that there is someone way down towards mid. This is still winnable. It's gonna be very, very difficult now for South Build to get themselves within the fight now that the null command has been popped.
It's all about the concentration though here from South Build, and here comes Poppy Chulo yet again.
Last player standing.
We'll get the trade though, and now Kakarot versus Flippy in this scenario. Null Commando running on out, still has 0 point for an extra suppress. A quick little tap and through the peering glass, we will see the window be the place to be for Kakarot. Flippy though staring front forward, peeky right now, doesn't even get to half, might not have the time, and now is the time to put themselves on map point. 12 to 11. Again, decision making here, allowing NAOS Esports to get that win.
Very smart by Kakarot to fall back towards that B main window. And such a great work here by Delicious, spotting the barrel out of Ja, just finishing him off. Kebs, what a position by him. Nobody would have expected him to be there. And you certainly saw that SBE, they had no idea that he would be playing in such a committed and difficult to check position from that fight. Now though, weapons, nothing really on the board for South Build. Are we going in overtime, or will we call this map number 1 from the 9-3 curse of NAOS?
Yeah, Superstition, scary thing. And VCTPH, and we'll hear for NAOS. Right now, they might be smiling with the run that they've had here so far. Tag though comes, going for his own outro instead. But see, where did that come from? The tour de force. Well, at least give us the resounding call. That's the first frag, not even the second. This is what the Chamber does best. Use that ratio to his advantage. Micro right now, caught with the rock in the hard place, but does get to take down ultimately. Blurt down where Micro with 2, getting a third. No, he can't blurt down with the blades. But apparently right now, that Southfield is desperately looking for Micro, giving them a bit of a chance, and Assist is there to go for one more takedown. 2v2 now as we're here on B side. Guardian plus the blade. Poppy Chulo though only gonna have that Sheriff, and we'll see if he can navigate on through yet again with the side closer though. Sees the target on the other side. Gentle with a takedown, and Blurred finally gets the final slice to give NAOS Esports that final point. It's still perfection here, Black and Blue, in this head-to-head. Another victory for NAOS Esports overall, and it's the first map for them in the best of 5.
A heartbreaker for loss. You can see just how much that win meant to them. When they were down 9-3, the curse comes in and gets them past the finish line there. What a win from NAOS, especially being down with such a huge deficit. But South Build could not confirm any real rounds near the end of things, only getting what, like 3 rounds to bring in 13 to 11, just not working out in the end. And the defensive side that South Build is normally known for, that's where they crumble here versus NAOS.
And just NAOS Esports getting back the successful elements that they had in the last outing versus South Build on Breeze, but Jet, an absolute MVP. Getting those impactful frags, really, are both of our MVPs. Poppy Chulo also, just when he would pop off, give those kills to his team. That was the perfect sign for them to get that victory. But Kakarot, pretty much a win condition in a nutshell, running on around, Null Command, giving them those wins. And honestly, Z, he had a struggling first half, to say the least, but in the second, and especially in that last round, he was given the space, time, and of course potency by his team to pop off. And as we check out the highlights here, it was really a game of attacks, Black and Blue, because Southfield proved how potent they could be with also a similar wave system between the duelist and the utility. But on the other side, for NAOS Esports, that was the case too. When they got on the attacking side, it was just all gung-ho and go for the push.
This map, it is a map that has been touted to attack your side, but oh, this clutch could have gone differently. Maybe if it's this, he upped his way out, but Jetlicious, so consistent when they're playing against Southfield here, always finding things going his way. And even when it doesn't, he's done his job to really help, you know, now secure those rounds a lot of the times. But Southfield, they were honestly winning rounds that they had no business in winning. 3v5s, 2v4s, whatever you call it. They've been making those clutches happen, and because of that fact, when it came down to things in the end, and you're wondering if did they make this clutch happen, they were able to at least get it through that 1v1 Poppy Chulo, but he gets traded immediately. So that their belief there that they could make those rounds turn around was definitely based on what they've proven, but just doesn't come out in the end. NAOS, a big win for them to open this series up.
Just the snowball is so strong on this map. You can see really the struggles of the defending side when they don't have the economy. And case in point right now, with now stringing along those last few rounds there over and over and over again. Winning the bonus, such a big one. Winning that 5th round of the second half, pretty much the biggest indicator of their success. And here, the tour de force, the beautiful range, and just the beautiful blades there at the end for NAOS Esports. What a window for NAOS. They just kept their cool, they kept calm, and we see again for NAOS Esports when they're put on the ropes, the adjustments that they make along the way give them the edge later on into the game.
Yeah, NAOS, they are looking like such a refined team right now. And Z, he's been popping off every single time he goes against Southfield, especially on Breeze. And so he is definitely one of the big factors, almost like a kryptonite to Southfield at this point. But we're going to have to find out if that will remain true coming into map 2 right after this break.
Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, belts, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but didn't even start.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
And welcome back here to map number 2 as we progress on further in this grand final between NAOS versus South Build. I'm Black and Blue. With me here is Dax again, and South Build starting strong. A bit of the introduction for the boys, but they just could not end the story their way. 9-3 curse perhaps coming into full effect.
See what you did there, good sir. Culture really coming out in Clash, but the thing is, it is a bit of a wake-up game for many. The whole series being shook to the core there as NAOS Esports went for that second half so early in the morning. We have already such a good sign of a series to come. And if those games are going to be going the distance just like that, I think we are going to be in for a treat. But the fact of the matter is, NAOS Esports still basically unbeaten by South Built. First map went in their favor. We're going into Haven next. And while it has been really a proving ground for South Built, how they've impressed, how they improved, how they got so much better on the attacking side, problem is right now for NAOS Esports, the core composition that brings them the bacon, that brings them the victories, you know, that KO, you know, that Sova, it will come out in full force as we get into the next map.
And that KO has been something that I honestly think is being the biggest factor of why South Built have struggled against NAOS time and time again. You know, group stages, upper bracket of the playoffs, and now here in the grand final once more. The fact that when he goes down, when KAGALOG goes down, but he's popped his null command and still affects the continuity of the fight, has been something that South Built just haven't been able to come back from. They have come for maybe a shooter that wasn't as maybe, didn't even have abilities at all, but the fact that they don't have the utility now to work with that they've practiced upon has been, I guess, as I said, you know, one thing that they really haven't been able to adjust throughout their matches versus NAOS. 7-0, the map score between NAOS and South Built. They've yet to even take one. They're very close last map, but as I said, just fortune not favoring them that time. We're going to Haven, and looking at how the compositions have went for NAOS time and time again, we're going to expect KAGALOG to be on that Kaio once more, and they're going to have to dismantle it this time, because you go down 2-0, things are not looking good for you, South Built.
You know, when there's a KO on the field, I'm gonna put it bluntly, the team with the KO gets to play Valorant. The team without the KO getting suppressed, they go back to your more dustier roots, to say the least. And it really feels like that's the advantage that NAOS Esports loves to run. They just get the intel, they get the suppress, and they go for the push with the players at the helm ready for that station. And really, South Built right now, they need to find that answer. Yes, they are more accustomed to that kind of playstyle, but at the same time, they've really improved on themselves to be more, I'd say, refined in the gameplay, refined in the utilities, the abilities. And that's going to be the big contention point here, because South Built right now, I think their biggest strength coming into their adjustment to the playoffs has been their extra lethality, a bit more so than before. And the utility usage, instead of South Built, the one who can lock things down heavily, especially on defense, it's NAOS Esports who are so incredible at opening things up thanks to their utility usage. And we see it many times when they're on the defense. They also know the lineups, they know how the maps are stationed, and it becomes a scary package to behold. It really feels like right now, for South Built, if they want to win this whole series, they need to go even further than the gauntlet performance that they had yesterday. They need to be cleaner on the axe, and they can't really be giving up those kind of leads that they had in that first map.
Yeah, and we've seen, you know, South Built been put to the test in these situations where they're just not supposed to win a round, not supposed to win a series, but they come out still on top. They have yet to do that versus NAOS specifically though, but hey, if there's any day to do it, it will be today. The good kind of silver lining, I guess, here is that, you know, Southfield, they typically start slow, they typically lose map number 1, then come back on the latter maps, and considering how Breeze went, they seem to have gotten a hot start, but can they keep that up now that they're going to be playing a very different style of Valorant? Now that Ja is going to be on the Smoker, or probably on that Astra when we come into Haven, Pro is going to be coming back in as a Sova, Flippy is going to flex into a more, actually, like, I guess, more fragging role. Will that actually work out versus NAOS this time as compared to that Breeze map, which was a lot more free-flowing, you know, not having Pro there as their typical IGL? So many questions yet to be answered as we move into a very different style of Valorant and a very different map as we're going on in the Haven, one that has been one of the best maps for NAOS so far, and a somewhat consistent map that Southfield have been able to rely on.
Yeah, and we're gonna be getting into that Aegis Lex. Let's check out what we're gonna get coming into this game. But Black and Blue, it sounds like you know so much about the rotations of Southfield. I wonder why. But in this case now, we'll get back into the playbook and let's get back into checking out what is to come. But I really feel like we are in agreement. We will see the comps that these guys have pretty much ran all throughout. And case in point, you can see there, especially for now, so you got Kakarot back on the KO, Kev's on the Sova. We do have the Killjoy into play though as Blast comes on in terms of substitution for Z. And on the Southfield side, Flippy goes over to Breach here.
Well, Breach to come on in from Southfield, expecting him on the Sky. But this is something that maybe was tailored for them to try and counteract the KO. Being on that Sky, you can't play those close angles a lot of times because your flash will simply be nullified as soon as that 0 point comes in, as soon as that null command comes in. And with him being on the Breach, that will allow him to play a bit further back, to be able to still help that fight while being out of the range of that 0 point, or potentially even the null command later on. He can stun all the way from, you know, far range, and so does the Sova, the recon here. So this could be, I think, a direct counter and a direct specific pick from Flippy to be on that Breach. Although, to be fair, when he is on that Breach, they won't have the firepower that they typically associate with a player like Flippy being on that Sky. So kind of giving up a bit of their killing power for a bit more utility potential in the end. But now they're very, very well capable of dismantling this and winning this map number 2 as well.
Yeah, and instead of a 1-2 combo that we see there with the Sky and Jet, it's a 1 and a 2. You know, there's a bit of that interval in between. The Breach with the setup, everyone will be looking at Aziz. And this is where we have to check out if he can temper his expectations. We know he's one of the incredible entry fraggers we've seen all throughout the playoffs, but sometimes, again, getting a little too ahead of himself in some rounds. The others, though, he is just the potent force to deal with, and they might live or die based on his performance coming into this one. But you said it yourself, the Flippy Breach might be a counter, and when we look at that Breach, you can throw everything you have from afar and just run on in. Doesn't matter if you suppress, because you already got the job done. Full ammo on the side. Would take out two though, and here he comes on the Astra, still that opponent anyway. Going for people target, Tulip comes on an even, and Kez right now, the one on site.
Enemy remaining.
So from Jeff, but it's everyone dead already, and this is absolutely squeaky clean from Southfield Esports. Here we go again, strong start with the pistol, and it's SBE with a flawless first round.
No one going down. Perfect opening round, but we've seen these go wayward near the end of things, Zax, as if Breeze is anything to go by. Nothing really the Breach did there to help secure the round. That just won the gunfight, simply up close and personal. They know to expect those kind of pushes coming from B main, and so you saw them prepared to repel it from that A-link position. But now here comes another round, and they've got a bit of sheriffs here on the NAOS side to try and equalize things up.
Standing ahead
of Francis, and we know he can use that range to his advantage very, very well. And case in point, Jez already dead. And it's immediately 4 members left here to the NAOS Esports brand. Now, Southfield, they can actually go for this push. They have the gun advantage. A little dangerous perhaps if it's just a Sova, but they are compensating with it with the assistance of the Breach there, potentially to go for at least a flash and aftershock to get the zone on. But this is already a tightrope approach from NAOS Esports. Two of them here by the garden, waiting for someone to come. Aldron gonna be in play. Flash immediately is the answer, and the protection from South built to each other. You're playing with a drone. Don't worry, I'm gonna be blind to lights on the other side. Pro already with the knockouts yet again. Flippy here gonna be on the other side.
One
Blast
enemy
will
remaining.
get the takedown, but the low down is true. Kakarot gonna get stacked, and Flippy secured that kill, avoiding the shots from the Sheriff. Here comes the potential push again, but Kakarot, at least the lineup is there. 1v3 right now, looking for a potential second kill. And here for Southfield, they just have to be respectful. They do not want to peek this outright, but their positions can entail a victory coming soon. Flash gets the stun basically onto Papi Chulo's eyes. And Kakarot with another one here, Black and Blue. He's getting away with these things, but not for long as Ja gets the backstab there to 0.
Very expensive round, and that builds Kakarot's ultimate economy. He should be like 2 points away, actually 3 now, away from getting his ult, and that's going to be a very, very big factor here for NAOS. We've seen them practically win every single round that they've got the null command popped, and it's not a good statistic if you're South built. They do have a very decent job, do a very good job rather of I guess holding down that A lobby position, but almost crumbling near the end there, isolating themselves versus Kakarot, who can surely win any duel you put them up against.
You know, that's the thing. I feel like for South build, you saw it there and you mentioned it. First part, really good protecting on each other as Fluffy and Blurred will at least get one each. How does he even find the shot on the Kevs there anyway? It's a bit of damage done here by NAOS and South build, and oh, goodbye gun. We'll see you later into the next round. Nice juggle. Nice juggle. He knows how to do the gun swap quickly. But as I was saying, just some like South build, it's that second fight that is the problem, where instead of the thing that they were successful a while ago on, doesn't really come up with stuff, and Blurred right now stuffing Aziz into the corner, and now Esports now going towards that A site.
Perfect flash resist and even move from his position, then knew to check it from the get-go. Only a single Spectre here on the hands of South Belt. The rest of them pistols, but Papi Chulo is very proficient with that. Let's see if Pro can even find the kill here up close with the Ghost. Papi Chulo getting the trade immediately. Still down to a 3v2. He crosses, he sees the cross as well. Could have used the molly, maybe deny the plant, but it's not really placed there for the Nano Swarm. Ja once again on the alert. This is where he always tries to really punish any opposing side team. He's going the opposite way.
And in behind, we have the potential, at least angle here for South built. Papi Chulo by the links. Potential pinch coming on through. And Kakarot right now watching over that opening. But Turret says hello, and all the efforts of Jocko Lace. Papi Chulo though, feel the tap on Kakarot anyway. Can he get a second one? Yes, he does. So it's 3 overall, but the turret is the biggest enemy. And Blast, the 6-man, it's here again, Black and Blue. All hail the NAOS Esports 6-man. The turret basically wins them that round. And it will be a 3rd round turnaround for NAOS Esports. Very costly though, South built, making it expensive.
That turret just did so much and caught Ja, who then maybe even found Blast there, because Blast wasn't really aware that Ja was in that position. And aside from that, it just keeps Papi Chulo at bay as well. Great postman here coming in from the side of NAOS. A bit expensive, at least they secure the round. But because of that, you can see Bulldogs, Spectres abound, that we know that they can make full work of these arsenals that they got. I mean, they've been able to convert these time and time again. Let's see if they can do it once more.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate for South built. I mean, I still don't understand how no one has made that ruling for NAOS Esports. They always have the 6v5 when you have Blast on that killjoy. It's not fair. It's not fair, Black and Blue.
Just doesn't work out that way, apparently. Kakarot, oh, he's within this. He knows that Ja likes hiding in these smokes. He's watching it very keenly, very carefully. He's made his way to the back of the site here towards Gong. I think Ja has some idea. He was peeking his way real quick, but the timing just doesn't work out. He puts the pull, puts the start, at least a concuss. Will come on. He has a flash to try and fend himself off. He's been spied out here. Aziz able to get that kill, but it's going to be very difficult for the retake with an operator in hand. They have lots of utility here. They denied the defuse. They got the stars. They got 2 of them, hell, actually, to just force him off the plant and these Nano Swarms would delay even more time. Blast will just take it on down, so no more of that coming to use. But Ja, they're finding everything in the post plant here. Shock darts coming on in. They know the lineup lineups are true. They know they're real. The recon has been scanned. That's going to get a kill. Now finding the follow-up. And they're going to get everything going their way. No more time. They have to run. And now convert the bonus here versus South Build.
Clutch there, an ROG clutch for NAOS Esports. They went gung-ho onto the site. They realized, sure, we have to invest, we have to go for it yet again. And they still make it work, and that's the beauty of NAOS Esports. Again, the rotations. Look at this. Kevs, though, with the suppressive fire, with the shock darts bouncing it on around. He will scan there into the takedown. And this is the Sova's playground. And Kevs is the Sova to watch out for. Well done there, truly, by NAOS Esports. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard, Black and Blue, but he has 5 assists, and that's a handful of takedowns that were instrumental for the NAOS victory.
Very high impact frags as well, more importantly. That lineup game of his has just been something that South Build have continuously struggled to fend off. Both on any map you really see him in, Sova giving them so much more value than you would have ever expected. Taking garage control right now. PPGL is face checking this. It's not what he did.
Jewel now falling quickly. This is just Sako trying to make a play assist though. But the assassination up to 1. Make that 2 noise right here in the middle. But where are your blades gonna turn? The null command is there. And here comes the commands. Truly the mandates of NAOS Esports.
Revealing
but Jay
area.
will only be able to get 1 assist. Finds his 3rd kill. Spike
Right
planted
here.
though, ticking on away. Pulses now of suppression
enemy
will
remaining.
go on. Bro with the backstab there. Kakarot stopping as it's in his track.
enemy
2-1
remaining.
though. Flippy goes down. After shock, he'll apply pressure. And Kakarot sees it and cover in time. 1v1, but Kakarot is over 9,000 with his power level. And an ROG clutch again for NAOS Esports. They're getting it back to back.
The null command has consistently been that win key for NAOS. Every single time they have the null command pop, they take the round no matter what the odds. Aziz, a very good job here to try and equalize things up. He brought it to the 4v3 in their favor. He even gets another kill off of that garage position, but Kakarot, knowing here that that aftershock was popped by Flippy, he knew that he was going to be out in the open. Flippy getting caught off guard with his gun down, and now they're down 2-3.
Indeed, and man, NAOS Esports again, whether it's the lineups or just basically the miracle plays that happens from them, there's just so many components of the NAOS Esports utility, and I think we've been saying their heaps of praises. Like, I was about to ask, what are the odds he hits Aziz there with the null command, and he immediately does it just to remove the Blade Storm. Goes to show there's so much mastery right now for this NAOS Esports roster, Black Bro.
So much intelligence, so fundamentally sound NAOS are. That is where they've been beating SBE to the punch time and time over. 7-0 in their matchups in terms of the map score. That looks to remain true if they can continue this lead. Here comes the 0 points to find info. Nobody in garage. They know it's safe for them to take. Flash is on out. They're anchoring down the site. Zero command. Null command rather is not there anymore to help them try and equalize things up. But Blurred, he's waiting. He's waiting. They can flash him out of here to try and get that angle. And he goes on the swing. Job somehow barely wins the fight, crouching under the shot, and PPGL is able to hold down the line on the other side of things. They do have this plan to try and worry about, but there is more to worry about if you're now, because a spike has been dropped. Giant PPGL here, anchoring down the side, finding everything, but Kevs is online, and we know that he can clutch these type of rounds in. Here comes the clutch. It's going to be ultimately nothing, as Assist still gets the round, but Kevs, what a moment for him.
Exactly, it's just like, wait a minute, NAOS Esports, hello? Okay, we're done. But South Belt, apparently the Matrix is on their side, and they're the chosen ones with the code there. That first fight could have really been the opening here, but Blurred could not hit the shots at the end. Jai able to play the
One enemy remaining.
And South Belt Esports, it was relatively clean until just timing it right. And that's the thing, you know, for South Belt, it feels like, again, you know, that initial impact, you see the first few frags, and they look to be in control. But now Esports, they can find a way to claw back at them at the very least. And what could have been a cleaner round for South Build does get a bit of expensiveness in it. But in the end, South Build's still able to tie it up, and they will get that win and have the gun advantage in. So, not the biggest, but they will take it. And really, for South Build right now, every single round that they can get against the house right now, we're feeling hot and clutch. Gotta say here, Nico, that this is just the perfect way to stop any NAOS momentum.
He's gonna go re-peek at this. This is where ASUS has really honestly gotten kind of I guess punished time and time again. We saw that on the overtime yesterday. They got 6 overtimes on Icebox, but bro, he loves playing these type of committed positions. Ones you wouldn't expect from a Sova. You can't really throw out a recon or a shock dart here safely, but he has to get a kill. He gets that 1 kill. He can use the recon to try and buy him some time. And there's no way Blurred is going to expect this. He pops the kill as well. He pops the Hunter's Fury, but ASUS is going to get the down on the Kakarot. The tag though comes from Kev. So consistent in making use of that, but is not able to get the kill at the very least. Guardian here, keep him protected.
30 seconds left.
Indeed, the Guardian Gamer for that's house, but this is looking clean again for South Build. Whenever we say that, something goes awry and
Finished.
oh no. Oh, what?
Okay, it works.
Okay.
Nice one, Blast.
Let's just not pretend with the first few shots didn't happen. I'll also disregard the fact that
One enemy remaining.
Stared at him.
10 seconds left.
Spike
down mid.
Guys, please, I dare you to hit me and blast again. Second time, not gonna work out. Southfield Esports, that's a good round for them, and it will be 4-3 in their favor. Gotta say though, I do want to harken back to what you said a while ago about ASUS, and I think I mentioned it right. Live and die by his aggression. Sometimes it's a little too eager, and that's a perfect moment to encapsulate what happened there between Blast and Flippy. But really, just sometimes you just need to know when to hold back, when to not to be over-eager at the rate peak, especially if your opponent can punish you. But in that case, anyway, it was the lesser buy on NAOS Esports, so I can understand. Southfield, though, still, they gotta be more careful in these later parts of the rounds, because that's when we know NAOS Esports can really shine, especially once they get to those sites.
He is that wild card here for South Build. And maybe trying to mix things up. You know, they're not going to expect me to peak every time, but if you do it every time, then at some point you're going to start to get that read, right? Going for another C push here. Garage control taken by them, but none on long. He finds a pick on Kebs, which is huge here. Now, not much more information gathering is left on the NAOS side, so they're going to have to kind of go in blind. 0 point has already been dispensed, so anything they find here will have to be a hard check.
2 seconds though, and the 0 point is back. Here we go again. Are you sick and tired of getting suppressed? We'll call NAOS Esports right now, because they will make sure you're still suppressed in the end, but Flippy doesn't care about that suppression. The Guardian there getting the wall bangs anyway, to make sure that that's a takedown over to the middle though. ASUS waiting here with the operator. There's the first kill. Will we go for a second engagement? This time though, it's a lot more mature from ASUS. He's waiting for someone to go on site. Southfield Esports lining up traps. Blaster does come. There we go with the peek. No, dashing into the corner of the wall. That's just so unfortunate. And Blast doesn't miss this time for the first 2. Papichula instead with the 26 level time is ticking, but Kakarot still with the opening, and towards C-side he will go yet again. No command is available. He will go for the ultimate suppression of Papichula.
10 seconds left.
Tries to put the spike down, fakes it up, tries to fake out the opposition. Here we have Fragment though. He knows the opposition is here. 4 seconds left. Southfield though running all the way, and there you go. Respect given to get the round. Southfield not gonna over-aggress, showing maturity, of course, with Pro of all people. And now Esports, the gamble does not pay off.
He realizes what the bigger picture is and saves the weapon, saves the round, and saves South Built from another disgusting loss here to the hands of Kakarot, who has been so consistent even when he's alone at 1v3. Never count him out because he can bring them to the ringer. ASUS, yes, a bit more disciplined. Maybe could have taken a few steps back there just to make sure that his escape would be a lot safer. In the end, Kakarot, man, so deadly. One of the best younger players we have here in the scene.
Vision, pulling them in.
All the experience he had also prior to being in Valorant, and again the familiarity with the opposition. I say case in point, go there knowing his opponent and getting basically the round win for Southfield. But this time, NAOS Esports winning the fights to start things off. 2 down immediately. Those are big utilities. He's able to get away scot-free though. Operating the active ready shotgun is there though to apply pressure shortly now to try and get up close and personal. But Kevs again with the right reads at the right time. Game of micro decisions going more in favor of NAOS Esports there, and Blast is ready for the trap even. It's clean here for NAOS Esports so far. Jay ready with the backstab. Blasto makes the shot on the Flippy, and he doesn't even need help. He just made the operator count. Flawlessly executed by NAOS Esports, and I really feel like that C site is a NAOS Esports attacking side that goes right over and over and over again.
Yeah, that C-side can be so difficult to stop when they're going for the aggression there, especially knowing that they got that Kaio to just really shut things down on the defensive side. When your two C-side, anchors are typically the Killjoy, Sentinel, right, and your controller, the Astra, and then you simply take away all of their utility, what do you really have to work with? It's something South Build struggled to really counteract, trying to take the orb here just for that ultimate. Still, Aziz, it's so difficult. They don't even get it, giving up all that HP, all that utility for nothing.
And this is South Build right now, at the very least. Trying to keep an eye out on the sides, but you mentioned it. Just not really much done with all that investment. And it gets even more difficult from this point on. NAOS Esports, there's a lot of restraint, really, in those situations where, okay, don't need to be too overeager. Can play it slow and steady instead and not give the guns to their opponents. And the thing is, Southbuilt, unfortunately for them, really that hero rifle is all the way on the garage. Yes, Pro does have a Guardian, but it's still not be able to stem the tide of the full push unless we see him hit those shots. So Dark Knight now buys on buy. Blurred, I believe, will be trying to help out the team. The scan is real though. Flippy also can see on the other side. Here goes Pro now with the concession, and Blurred is there. We take that Kakarot going for the blind, and it's still now Esports opening the door towards that A side. Clean execution overall, and the steady pace will keep NAOS right now at it yet again.
Just completely dominating in that round versus the anti-eco, the force buy almost. South Built. He's picked up a rifle here. Ja doesn't have armor to really fight it with though, so he's gonna try and save the gun, play the exits in case NAOS come running back his way. Try and make it a bit more expensive when they do, because NAOS, they're building a bank. They're pretty much set for the entire half at this point as we're moving into the final 2 rounds. So no matter what happens, should have a buy here. Poppy Jewel not able to scrape by with 1. They're coming Ja's way. He's gonna be eager to try and find the pick. He's got the money to buy up next round anyways. So as long as he can try and hurt them, maybe drop the operator, that's going to be huge. But he gets a tag. Unfortunately, not a single kill.
Great place to hide, Ja. Just pretend to be among them. You know, they're gonna spawn there. Just hide. Just hide. But really, this round was defined by this play. NAOS Esports gets the opening. And one more thing to really watch out for is, even if Kakarot goes for I'd say a risky flash that might blind his teammates, he's just there for the cover anyway. So beyond that, it's NAOS Esports understanding that they can trust each other yet again. It has been their system so far. This game, this series, one more time, Black and Blue. All tied up, close as can be. Aziz though goes for the duel versus Blurred. Dash on the way after the opposite shot misses. He's going for more though. The single plate does not get the connection, and the stun is there, but Aziz is hit. He needs to get in cover and fast. Luckily, there we have the start of the play. The Nebula will provide the cover, and the aggression there from Southbuilt again providing no dividends.
Gets some early control, but doesn't really amount to much. All he's got is a classic now, not even investing into like a sheriff or anything of that sort. So what really can he do at this moment aside from maybe get a free right-click kill? No way he's going to be able to hold down a site on his own. And now they're on the way to that A site. And if Kakarot does well here, he could potentially have null command once again for the final round of this half, which we've seen completely shut down SBE time and time over. They've made their presence known towards the A site. Southbuilt, I think they're looking to play the retake here instead.
Flash. At the very least, they have the tools for it. Rolling Thunder, lockdown available, win conditions that they can play from
30 seconds
afar.
left.
Even if the KO can be a bother. And suddenly the Rolling Thunder win goes away quickly. SBE taking back 3 for them. Blast the only one who gets a frag from the NAOS Esports side. And the jump down is real. The spike is there. But Kaz will fight on fast. Let's see if now can break the grid. Ja with the kill on the Blur though. And with Kaz all alone on a long, we'll say goodbye to the Sova there. SBE with another one. Really, that Rolling Thunder.
Round before the switch.
Perfect epicenter of success for SBE.
Smart play there from Southbuilt to use that Rolling Thunder as soon as they heard the plant. They knew that if it comes down to the post plant and they let NAOS set themselves with an operator in the hands of Blurred, it's going to be much more difficult for that retake. So catch them while they are in transition to try and set up their post plant position when they least expect it. And no idea as this would be right there simply with the classic in hand, and he still gets a kill out of it. So they bring it 6-5, but with the way things are going, this could be turned around, especially if Kakarot gets 2 orbs.
Oh, indeed. No. Again. But there you go. Just give it a minch. It will give you the shot and assist. Destroying Jet quickly from the round. This is going to be a problem here, Black and Blue, because it does feel like without those smokes, NAOS Esports has no real answer for the SBE arsenal, and they are forced to go for this B site. Is this anticipated though by Southbuild? That's what the question to watch out for. Blur though with the shot on the Papi Chulo. Lampers there with the right hand side, and NAOS Esports gets the opening that they need. Lockdown even into play to get the game of zones. Southbolt is forced to give respect to this. Lockdown will get broken anyway, and it is high time for the fourth line even. Pro does have the Hunter's Fury suppressed on the left hand side. The Dart is there to try to get the hit, but Blast will be able to get the kill anyway. Bladestone don't go back too much as this makes that up count. Blast with another one into play. It's 2v2 now, and here comes Flippy getting up close and personal. Kev's the only one left. And he's trying to be sneaky here inside the smoke. Eagle goes, Stars alive to get that takedown. But Ja is there for a quick trade. And it will be close as this series truly is. But in the end, Southbuild, with less than a second, will give them the 2-round advantage. Well played by Southbuild.
Once again, Dax, by the smallest of margins, they scrape by. And luckily for them, Kakarot did not have his null command online there. 0 Point definitely did some damage. You can see Pro, he had his Hunter's Fury, but knowing that he was alone towards A-Lane, could not burn it in fear of being pushed when he does pop his Hunter's Fury ultimate. So it was a good call by him to try and dry peek it, but just could not win the fight. In the end though, timing works out in Southbuild's favor in more ways than one. And now, so go down 7-5, but they're now on the defense. And Southbuild, not necessarily known for their attacking side here on Haven.
Hasn't that been the reputation anyway? Southbuild Esports is not known for their attacking side, period. And that's been history. But they've been rewriting their history. We showed it off on that Breeze map, and in all honesty, with how Aziz has been playing all throughout these playoffs, this is pop-off potential. I really feel like the attacking side is where they can capitalize on just the high-octane frags that the Jet brings to the table. He's top fragging right now. There have been situations where we think that, oh, he's going to repeat that again. He's going to play something a little risky. But he's shown so much more maturity over, well, today, especially after maybe the learned lessons from the 6 times Icebox from yesterday. And I think for Southbuild right now, as we're in a technical pause, I really love seeing how they've worked on, I'd say, their weaknesses from before. It really feels like now, maybe because of their pre-prep with analysis for their VODs or just really focusing on those perceived weaknesses, they've really gotten better at the things that they were bad at before. But the only thing keeping parity right now with their performance is just sometimes how inconsistent their decision-making is.
Not also landing a lot of the shots that they potentially could. You saw on that swing there, Papi Chulo, even with his advantage, it's not winging out in the end of things. But yeah, NAOS have been really fundamentally so solid. Seem to have the better of Southbuild time and time over, no matter what the odds are. NAOS, it's their time right now. They want to prove that the young guns bringing that new wave, the new generation of Valorant here locally. Been proving that so far with a pretty much practically flawless run all throughout everything. Group stages, playoffs, upper bracket, not dropping a single series aside from that one in the groups, but that one seemingly already rectified by every single piece of, I guess, experience that they've gained throughout. They just prove themselves to be the superior team of the Philippines right now.
Yeah, they're winning. That's the thing. They're in a situation where they just keep on going, keep on getting better. And now Esports, even though they're down by 2, they win this pistol, we're going to be pretty much all tied up after everything is said and done. But I want to go back to something you said a while ago. They're Black and Blue. New generation. It's been the storyline we've been perpetuating for quite a while already. It's like, okay, guys, this is the headline. New generation of PH talent. New teams on the horizon. And the reality is, once you see the list of who made it to VCT SEA/APAC last year, Team Secret, Zeal Esports, Enigma Galaxy, as well as Oasis Gaming. Where are they now? They all basically couldn't make it here to the top stage, to the grand finals. And who do we have instead? NAOS Esports, Action PH, newer rosters that came basically around November to get solidified. Heck, NAOS Esports getting picked up just at the start of this year. And Southfield Esports, the team that was promised, finally making it in the first place. But it's a whole new wave of PH representation to APAC, and I cannot wait for basically next month and what is to come from our reps. But right now, we're trying to see who is number one, who is the best. Now Esports down by 2, but there we have it as they go up by 2 on the character count. The shock darts again. Kevs knows the angles here, black and blue, and he is just a savant with that shock dart.
That was perfectly supported. Kevs, man, he has so much lineups. He knew exactly where to place that and when to do it. Perfectly timed, perfectly placed. And Kakarot, they don't even check the gong, and the bells are gonna ring. For whom the bell tolls, it is his death, their demise he finds. Kakarot even gets a tag. He's doing so much work here. Potentially in the MVP. Could be at the end. Puppy Chulo. It's a 1v3 for him. Very low HP. This is done. And even though Puppy Chulo has been very consistent with the clutches, had even come back with 17 HP in the 1v3 versus the NAOS team that have been so spectacular. You don't. Kakarot, 7-6. They're really, really close to tying this game up.
We can say maybe he gets the headshots. It's Papachulo. He can do it, but Kakarot says no. And it was this part of the fight, as you can see here in the replay. Blurred with the first takedown, and not only that, the covering fire again. And that's the beauty of NAOS Esports. They go for an aggressive play, and they also have utility along the way to protect or to give themselves an opportunity. And especially from the KO, especially from the Sova, those are the players to watch out for in terms of that brand of NAOS Esports. And that pistol was very, very convincing for them to hold the line and show off on the defense. But Southfield Esports, they're going at it with basically 4 classics and 1 hero share on the hands of Levi. Jedo pretty backing all the way. Alarm Rush does say hello. Good bolt line to try and stem the retreat, but Jez still will get that kill. And this is just now us holding on site, making sure that they're staying away from the lethal ranges of these pistols. Flash will come on the Jet, but he doesn't get killed. Papi Chulo, and the turret is there to bring the damage again. A flawless win from NAOS Esports. Pretty clean, and really, there are just so many moments right now that Southfield will realize, oh, we have to clear that angle for utility before we can get in.
That turret has potentially been the MVP of this map, especially for NAOS. Yeah, an extended roster of theirs. They've got, you think it would be Z? No, we're talking about the turret himself, Mr. Timmy. 7-7, and NAOS. It's almost like, these dual initiators that have been gaining them so much value have that veteran brand experience from their own past.
Let's give the turret a name too.
Yes, he deserves
it. Asura gave it the name before, but it was so bad I completely removed it from my mind, basically. Erase. Mr. T is a better, I think it's a better name, Mr. T. Makes sense. He's been badass here, but oh shit, he got cornered there as this will get the takedown. Blast was ready for the trade, but Southfield, they had the numbers to go for the push. You can see them that they're going to be respecting the utilities here of NAOS Esports, and that's what I said about that last round. They are able to understand that they need to clear many an angle before they can make it to site. If not, they will have to respect it and will have to rotate instead. Shocker though does fly on by. Pro will answer back in a game of bows and arrows. And in this case, the suppress will give the insult. Blur's ready to peek. It still wins it anyway, close with the Phantom. And in a 3v3 scenario, Southfield, they're getting hampered for any hesitation on the choice here.
Great pick here by Blurred. He is really keeping those lines much more defined than even his name might suggest in their favor. But Ja, able to get them some advantage in the man count here. They made their way to the A side, but they don't know that Kevs is here once again in the perfect spot to stop this all from happening. He gets the one, he gets the second with a Spectre as well. Kevs, he is so good in those clutch situations. It's down to a 1v2. Ja, he knows the pressure is on him. He knows he has to go for a quick heal here. He gets the one. Can he find Kevs? He spotted him out. Kevs is gonna hide. He doesn't get the kill. He goes for the wall man, but not enough ammo. And even with the classic, Kevs makes it happen in the end. They convert the bonus.
6 HP, the dream's still alive!
remaining.
Southfield ran away from them last time. Gibbs runs away in time. Peeks it very aggressively, though that could have blown up in his face, literally. But you said it yourself. Black and Blue, that is a bonus one by NAOS Esports, and I'm seeing shades again of Braze the second half. The wake up call. And just the streak that NAOS will build here to decimate the hopes and prayers of Southfield. The Sheriffs are going to be the only play here for Southfield right now, but NAOS Esports, again, the time for the utilities. Gonna be into play. The time to stop the push of Southfield is now.
Here comes the dash in from Aziz, but he's gonna get caught out in transition into that site. And now they're basically, the veil has been lifted. They know that Southfield are crawling here towards that B site. They get the pick off here on the blast. That turret is not gonna be online anymore to try and hamper them, but still, weapons advantage heavily in the favor of NAOS, and this operator could potentially shut them down if they come his way. But they're going towards that C site. They do not have C long control. They're not going to expect it once again. Not clearing the corner here. They get the 1-for-1 trade. And here comes the Rolling Thunder. They get the tag on the Kakarot on the back of the site, but the flash is perfect. And Kebs is able to get the kill with 100 carry. Betrayed though from Ja. Coming from the back though, Blurred. He should be able to have this round. Just way too low to make it happen. They had to pop the Rolling Thunder. They could have made it happen there near the end, but the line's a bit too defined. 9-7 now. Extend their lead.
And even with the topography, Southfield, they gave it a chance. They gave it their all. They put themselves in a situation where they were hitting those crack shots at the very least. But with NAOS Esports running on into the site, as soon as all that bluster was gone there, Black and Blue, it was easier for NAOS Esports to play that retake. And again, it's what the utility setup allows them to do. It forces Southfield to stay away from those initial expectations, and case in point, it's still a trap being set by NAOS, but it was costly.
Enemy tag came out more expensive than they would have otherwise liked. That Blurred, he doesn't mind. He gets the kill. And this for him to be taken down early is already a big blow to the confidence here of Southfield. They find where the top is, and they decide to go the other way. Ja equalizes things up. That's a huge pick to find Kakarot. You can hear the turret somewhere in here. They eventually smoke it off, but they know that B site is their best hope as of this moment. That operator will be quite difficult to get back within the site on the retake. But Southfield, they have to lock this round in. This goes the other way. This goes NAOS' side. They could be down in the ground. Flippy finding one. Great flash from him. Here comes that fault line as well to try and keep him at bay. But Ja's got a great flank. But NAOS, they're even better. Here comes the lockdown. Gonna force him off of the site. No way to destroy this.
We have the time ticking, and the pressure is on. Aftershock even to slow things down, and well, now Esports, the game of zones is trying to be real. Lockdown can get broken, and in behind, Pro is there to keep his eye on the prize. Catches on Flippy though in response to it. Project Classic is out, but can he heal Poppy Tool in time? No, he cannot. It's Southfield with one more for show. And really, these gun buys, they get absolutely neck and neck between these two teams. The scoreline, Black and Blue, they refuse to stay away from each other whatsoever.
I was starting to believe it there, Je. You know that when he goes for those clutches, he can certainly put out a tasty one. It doesn't go his way though. Pro finding the perfect timing to destroy that lockdown at the very last second remaining. They do get the job done, but now Kakarot, he's got his null command. They've got the Cosmic Divide and the Blades on Blurred as well. So if Blurred is able to get that kill, his reset could be crucial here for the NAOS win.
It's all about momentum now. In a round where NAOS Esports is trying to break Southfield's. If they get this, they will just be able to steal it away, really, and prevent Southfield from tying things up. All signs now lead into a Southfield success. He is given even, and Ja is waiting with the lurk. He finds two, looking for a third. There you go, line it up! As Ja will take a bow there and exit stage left. What a show from the Astra, all left now to Kebs. And the ambition of NAOS Esports to stop Southfield in their tracks. Well, apparently, they're the ones who suffered there instead.
Waiting in the wings, on the wings. Makes a very graceful exit near the end of the game. Left with, what was that, 69 HP? Very nicely done from SBE.
We get tied up. That's the thing. Southfield's refusing to lose in a manner where NAOS Esports can keep running away with it. Same thing as NAOS, that they're preventing South Built from getting that big lead, and this is a telltale sign of how online South Built really has become over the past 2 days, because we remember against NAOS Esports before, they just couldn't keep up with all the utilities, with all the plays that NAOS would do, but really experience is the best teacher, and if you lose to these guys, you know, 3 series, 7 maps in a row, you're bound to pick up a thing or two, and South Built, they're really picking it up again as we get now back into the buys.
This hit with the vulnerable, but doesn't mind. Still gets a kill on the Kevs, but they don't have a regrowth to try and get him back to full HP. He goes for the peek, and that null command hits right at the perfect time. Jalicious getting the kill on Assist. They don't really have much of a follow-up to try and capitalize on. Pop the smoke. It's going to allow Jalicious to try and cross on the right side. I think they have some notion here, SB. There could be aggression coming in from him. And they hold the angle perfectly placed from Ja. He's developed that trick. He's really defined it, and he knows to watch for it as well.
All he needs is a pixel, and it is perfection again from Ja. How many times have we touted and how flexible he is, but one of the most lethal players on the SBE roster, especially at the start of these rounds. And in behind, he's on that lurk, keeping an eye out on the flank, blasting the trying to make it happen. As he jumps on away to get back into cover, re-peek, trying to get that aggression. Bit of a duel here between the Astra as well as the Killjoy, as the rest of NAOS Esports finds the two, but even from Papachula once more, and that's the side here for NAOS Esports to go for the retake in one of the quickest fashions ever. You thought that it would be a duel of fates between Ja and Blast, but really, Blast was looking for a different kind of prize, a different kind of catch, and catch that NAOS Esports because they will get the round.
Blast, how does he do it from behind? They even knew he was there. They were waiting for him to come out of the sewers, but he's the one who sends him down the drain. What a performance here from Blast. 17 frags as a Killjoy. And the perfect pop flash as well for them to clear out that hell and send SBE from whence they came. They shall remain. 9-10. The eco could be forced upon South Built on that next round, and things could be all said and done. They need this round to stay within the game.
They need it immensely, and the thing is, when it does get there, South Built has proven yesterday that they can keep at it anyway, and they can keep on going, and the resiliency and the playoff form of South Built Esports, it has gotten better and better over the past few days, so it's not really a tall task rather to ask for here. But Blurred now, Tag has to get on the way thanks to the dart, flashed even, gravity well, everything that could happen to Blurred, it does happen, but he's still able to back on the way with the kit of the Jet. But is he reset enough to get the first blood of the round? South Built though preparing themselves, stationed for a 2-prong attack towards that A site. Splitting up the forces, also the lurk from Papichulo. Classical play here for vintage South Built.
Thing is, because they do not have a Sky, they don't have that Trailblazer to try and clear the closer angles anymore. And they realize that the op could be bearing down on them. They go for the switch towards that seaside, which is the right call. Papichulo has made his presence known. He pops now the Nano Storm and makes that noise just to keep them here towards that seaside. It actually pulls the defense perfectly to what they want to do. And here they come towards the seaside once again, being wary of that Hunter's Fury, knowing it could tag them through all of this utility. And Papichulo, he's waiting this. He finds the perfect timing on the blast as well, but he does get traded immediately by Jeff on that garage. Garage control firmly in the hands of NAOS, and they have a postman to try and retake this.
Yeah, really trying to go so far. That's gonna be huge here for South Built, and control is yet again taken by SBE as they zone out now Esports with that ultimate. It's 3v3 though, and we go back to the duels. As is now disengaging, it's 4v3 rather, bit of advantage, but now we get back to that parity. Jondo on the inside of the smoke. Spooky is there for the covering fire, and for SBE, there's still someone on the inside, but can't go find him. But Flippy is the one who's the true detective there. Searches for the kills, will get them in his grasp, and we are tied up yet again. 10-10, double digits, and double trouble for both of these squads.
And this is why Flippy is so important to the South Built squad, the latest addition to it, but he is so good at plugging all those holes that are left remaining open by the rest of the team. He knows where to look. He knows to check the positioning and the body language of his teammates to know where exactly to place himself, and he finds that perfect timing as well and lands the shots, especially 10-10, Southfield. They call the timeout after winning the round. I like this call from them, realizing that momentum might not be the most important thing right now, but rather a clear picture of the situation could help them progress further and potentially take the round against the Eco of NAOS.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're contemplating right now on the decision, because if you press that tab right, you see the scoreboard, you should see that initial money that NAOS Esports has, and from what we have here, it's not everyone on the NAOS Esports roster can buy. So given this time right now for Southfield, they can basically pick their poison, try to figure out, okay, who here might go for a hero buy, might suddenly be a bit more lethal than anyone else, and who has to commit on the utility. And coming into this round, I feel like for Southfield, that scouting information is going to be crucial, not just in the pregame, but also later on in the clashes themselves. So they should be expecting maybe some sheriffs to play on the other side. Potential gun, but we can see here for sure that's only sheriffs for the side of NAOS Esports. But that extra bit of carefulness is such a big sign of how Southfield is really bringing the series and using their experience to the advantage. As this though, dash on in, updraft right now to stay on top of this box by B side. Even sees Kevs there on the other side. Dart flies on by, gets nothing, and the spike's already planted for SBE.
They get the plant down early, but Skakarot to find that opening pickoff. As they know it can be very deadly here. Flippy somehow scrapes by, even while Kakarot is still remaining on the back of the site. They bring it now to a 2v3, and they get the kill on the Kevs. He's been very consistent. He does. They know where Kakarot is. They know he's here on the weaker side. Actually not. He gets a kill. Can find a second follow-up. But Flippy will confirm them that round as well and brings them to within reaching distance of match point.
We know these series, they go long. They go for at least those 4 maps. And for Southfield right now, if they can tie things up coming into the third, they'll put them on basically a good spot to keep contesting versus NAOS Esports. And in all honesty, with them having the lead right now, yes, it was an eco state for NAOS Esports. It'll be a breath of fresh air to finally take a map away from NAOS. And it's up to NAOS to keep hammering on to that weak point, I have to say. There's a bit of mental markers there. If NAOS gets this 2-0, Southfield, yes, they're a very cool, collected team. They're still gonna feel it in their heart that it was so close. But it's still not enough. TAGALOG does come from the Owl drone. Again, he does it so many times, and just because of his repetition, Southfield this time was caught napping. PPGL goes down 30 HP left for the Astra, hiding in cover, and that's the first pickoff that NAOS Esports would love to see.
They get the opening pick needed. Sis able to retrieve that rifle, but still choosing to stick onto the blades, knowing that with that mobility in his hands, he can definitely try and turn things around. But Blurred, he's gonna go on the lurk, gonna get unchecked as well. They give up a long, but nobody's even watching it. They do not have that turret anymore because of PPGL dropping, and they're all here. 1, 2, 3. They're gonna follow up. Flippy gets the trade, but he's not gonna last for too long. Perfectly placed here from NAOS. They are just finding everything, timing, fortune going their way.
Who keeps wishing for these close games because we're at 11-11 again? What is up this series? Is this gonna be the final scoreline all the time? The player there with 2K, Kevs though ready to catch any misdeed indeed. And from that point on, NAOS Esports just brought the broom and swept away the competition. Southfield now gonna have the guns, but really here, Black and Blue, I think this is gonna be the round that will define who will win this round, because the guns themselves not gonna be the best after any of these sides losing on out, and especially for the SBE side, as this right now, famine on around. Hits! Kevs though! Behind that smoke anyway! And that's beautiful! Here for SBE, when they need a hero, as this is there to go for the kill, but Kakarot, he's the one who's consistently a threat! And it will be the execution of Jaw in response.
Perfect flash there to keep him at bay. Brings it to a 4v4, and without those smokes, SB have no concealment trying to make their way into the site. Now, so they kind of rotate out of it, realizing that, playing for the retake here is not exactly a bad option. And even at that, they can play that heaven position because there are no more smokes for Southfield to use. Rolling Thunder, but that's going to be dodged easily here. They do have that Cloud Burst to try and make it within the site, but Flippy on the trade, even if it didn't come in first for Blurred. They bring it to a 4v3. No more smokes, as I said, so that advance, that rather retreat, has to be covered. Here comes the 0 point as well, just to check if anybody is close. And because, look at that, they timed the 0 point to where Flippy cannot destroy the lockdown. He's got some time to work with, and that flash will make things more difficult. They get the kill, and they're staying within the site, but Pro's able to fend them off. It does get detained. No, actually, they destroy it near the end of things, down to the 1v2. Delicious. He's going to have to pull out another delicious clutch to make this happen. They know he's within this. Papi Chulo, what are you doing with your classic out? Why are you doing this? All he has to do right now is delay the time, but assist, barely scraping by for South Built. Bring it to match point.
A bit of distraction there with the bunny play from Papi Chulo. A big risk, yes. But as this was there to catch all the fallen grace of NAOS Esports. And that could have been the play for NAOS. As you mentioned, the suppress was perfectly timed for the lockdown. But in the end, it was like SBE still find the angle to broke it anyway. But this was big from Pro. You see shades of the past, really the clutch in him. And what has made him the pro all throughout. Battle Pro, Kid Pro before, now just Pro and just still that good. It's 12-11. Map point right now for South Build. And you can see it here. It's not the best buy for NAOS Esports whatsoever. Light armor on Jet. You got the Sheriff only plus the blades for Blurred. And if SBE wants to win a map, it's high time to do so.
It doesn't matter because they've got those blades, as he said. And more importantly, they've got the null command on Kakarot, which has been the winning key for NAOS time and time again. Not a single round South Built have been able to win after that null command has been popped, no matter what the odds are. It is that great, true equalizer that NAOS have found to gain them the lead when things are so rough. South Built, they cannot play slow here. They cannot let now set themselves to repel this attack. Although they're going to catch him off guard. The Blurred, he does get tagged up, but that does use the fault line for this execute potentially. He knows that the Zis is crawling up on him, barely dodges him with the timing, and as that null command pops, they're going to run all the way to the opposing side of things, not wanting to deal with it, sending Papi Chulo still to that slewer to try and keep the defenders on the A site.
Yeah, but Blurred is the perfect one to catch this if he can see the angle. Get the kill, get the gun. No, Papi Chulo does not fall. And the lockdown now is in the play as SBE scramble towards that A site. They know the timing now. They've learned their lessons and they got it too. As Stock Build is building their home towards A. But Kakarot with a clutch kill on the Flippy. Someone needs to pick that up and fast. 10 seconds left. SBE with a scramble. But this is now the good plan for Papi Chulo. SBE, they make it in time. They're building up this reputation. They're building up the series, but the Nano Swarm, it bounces on back. Let's just say it didn't happen there. Now Esports, can they still keep it clean? 2v4 though, so dangerous. Not really the right utilities. They have the Nebula, the block out the short angle, yes. But from above,
one enemy remaining.
Have to try and play, but the gravity well blows up in their face. Papi Chulo with the frag and stops the Esports in this situation. They will not fall, they will not falter, and we will tie it up 1-1. It's another close game, but this time Southwood finally saves the record against NAOS Esports, and you can see that this is a series worthy of a grand finals.
They know that that is a big win, but you can see the disappointment still in their face. They know it shouldn't have come that close, but they finally get their first ever round versus NAOS. They have played a total of 8 maps against NAOS, and this is their first win. Finally, about darn time. But we're going to map number 3. Then we're going to go to map number 4 at the very least. I told you, Dax, that this is going to be one hell of a grand final. And while the statistics might argue otherwise, we are in the biggest show here of the VCT Philippines, the grand final, and there are no bigger time players than NAOS and Southfield combined.
Just the scoreline does not lie, and we're going to be able to check out the stats there, because they will tell a bit of the tale of who brought in the impact. And really, it was a team effort from everyone. I have to say that you can see here, in terms of frags, yes, Aziz and Kakarot were absolutely instrumental. But for SBE, moments from Ja, moments from Papi Chulo, moments from Flippy, just basically said the whole team. And on the other side, I'll just go for same roll call again for NAOS Esports. I think one thing, though, that gave SBE that edge was the... It's not really too surprising from Ja, but, you know, you don't really expect the Astra to make those smoke pixel plays really work. But Jaw's pretty consistent there in the first place, and we're relatively shut down compared to his usual outing. Still a positive KD, but it wasn't as fragtastic from him. But you can see it here. Highlights about NAOS Esports utilities, so potent on the attacking side, so very well placed. But SBE using those utilities, using their own side, their own talents to give them just those interesting angles for duels, give them those possible picks, and it was just neck and neck all throughout the game.
You can see here that SBE, while it was close, they understand that because of that KO equalizing things up, because they're going to be hard pressed for proper utility usage. When you saw there on the end of the scoreboard, rather the stats, 11 kills, 11 rounds won because of kills, because of frags on the Southfield side, as opposed to the 7 here for NAOS 1-4 with their objective wins, you know, on their plan to defuse it. So the Southfield, only a single round they actually won because of the objective, and for the most part just really shooting their way into this tied scoreline for the series.
And I love that philosophy now from Southfield, in all honesty. Just, they've been trying to complicate things, they've been trying to really prove how superior they can be to the other rosters, but right now, just understanding how raw their game has to be to get these victories and to understand what the PH scene is in a nutshell. And it's just beautiful to notice how Southfield is growing even here in the playoffs for a veteran roster. And at the same time, you said it a while ago when we saw the pictures of the players, not too satisfied with the results. They know the job isn't done. They know again, and I think everyone knows that Southfield itself can do even better from what we see. But it's amazing what the efforts of the other teams also, and in this case, NAOS Esports, to stop that tie, but not this time. We are gonna go tied up 1-1, and what a romp it has been with you here, Black and Blue. Quick little cast of substitution. We're gonna go into Game 3 next. Stacks here, Black and Blue, and we'll see you guys for more of VCTPH after this.
From me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hip whisper. Generations pull up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want to move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome to the VCT Playoffs. It is the grand finals right now, and we are caught in between a deadly battle of attrition between two of the best teams right now. It's South Built and, of course, NAOS. They're both 1-1 after a close, intense series. They're really deadlocked, dead even right now, 13-11 for both of the first games. And while this could have been 2-0 either way, I feel like we're getting the scoreline that we finally deserve here in the grand finals. Asarai and I, Illustrado, are going to be bringing you the action for the remainder of the day. We're going to be your casters here. And Asarai, what a series we've seen so far.
Oh, hell yeah. Wait, let me just make sure that my microphone is working properly, which it is, because this series has started off with a bang. We're already halfway there, and neither team really want to budge. There's nothing that looks like it's certain for either side. It's like a big burst on SBE, there's a big burst on NAOS, but as the dust settles, as we go to the finish line of each of these maps, it seems like we always end, as you mentioned, that 13-11, that breeze map. We saw NAOS bring out Zed or Z on his chamber, and it looked fantastic. We now see as well Aziz coming into Haven, very calm, very methodical, not what we saw from SBE, but they really are bringing this playoffs standard, this final standards into the final echelons of tournament here at VCTPH.
Let's go into Agent Select Heroes. We are in Ascent, map number 3. See how things play out here as we take a look at the current lineup for both of these teams here. Double Initiator Kakarot will be up again on that KO, something that he has been feeling more and more comfortable on with each passing day. And Pro and Flippy will also be running the Double Initiator on the side of South Built. Only a single duelist on each side. Basically a mirror matchup with the difference of which initiator they are going to be choosing here. Now, if we're going to take a look at the statistics, Asarai, for this map Ascent, I do personally think that South Built, they don't have the best record here. This is one of the maps that, you know, NAOS is just super duper comfortable on, and every time they get onto it, it just feels like clockwork. Every time they get on this map, it feels like they know everything by heart.
That is definitely true. This is the first time I think we're going to be seeing both of these teams play in Ascent against each other, so that's going to be something to look forward to. The last time that they did play in that best of 3, it was Icebox and Haven, where both NAOS were looking quite king, I would say. Again, it was a very close endeavor where both matches went 13-10, 13-11 in favor of NAOS, but we'll see how that goes as game number 3 is going to go underway. We shoot now to Ascent, and I'll just put it out there. We'll see who will ascend in this series, who will get that advantage, as both of these teams looking to get 3 games to win the championship overall.
I'm just glad you got that out of the way early, Asarai. But now we have... Oh, by the way, I do want to point out something real quick. A 45% win rate on South Built here in Ascent. Like I said, it's really not their most comfortable map. I just don't see it as one of the maps that are fit into their playstyle very well. So I do think that they should be very wary about how to approach this one. NAOS feeling very comfortable on this map time and time again. Watch Blast. That's a nice quick shot to the head. Tailwind out from Aziz. He clips the doorway. Brought down to 18 HP. No real way to heal him up right now. There is no heal on Flippy for this round.
With all of that, that is going to stop the aggression from SBE further. They haven't moved far from B main, so they might do a restrike of this one. They're waiting for maybe NAOS to try to get more map control, get a pick first, you know, standardized play. But this mid is where Kakarot reigns supreme. The alarm bot goes off, flash will come through, and how well can capitalize? Not well enough as he tries to run away, gets behind the doorway. Finally just moves out of the push from the SPE roster. Now he's alone. He does have teammates at the back of the site, but that's so far flung that he's not going to have any form of retaliation whatsoever. We do now know that SPE are not pushing in, and now they're going to feel like they're going to get screwed.
Blast on the hold, gets taken down. Kevs down B. Remaining onto this side. He's got a lot of work to do. He's got a flick though into Papi Chulo. He's got another one, a triple. Looking
Last
for 4
player
here.
standing.
As he's brought
One
to
enemy remaining.
1v2. He's got the 4K. Last kill. Could it be the ace on the pistol round for Kevs? The hero time and time again for South Built, for NAOS rather. Can he do it this final time? It's ASUS who does it. Ace denied. And ASUS takes that round. What a pistol to start things off.
I honestly thought that he got that already because he was moving as though he felt where Aziz was about to swing out, but obviously Aziz not one to shy away from a battle. And oh my goodness, that was so clutch. To be fair though, I really did feel that NAOS was about to lose that, but Kev's made such a good case just to fight that away. Oh my gosh, man, everything is just, you really feel that it's already the finals because both of these teams are just performing to the utmost.
Placing swarm grenade.
Absolutely. With performances like this from both of these teams, it's just been an absolute delight. See how things go right here as we do get back into the action. Papi Chulo has a nice shot there onto G. Bring us to a 4v5. Time to start ticking. You still have a minute to decide where to go, and you're going to be gathering their forces towards you. There is one player waiting. ASUS coming from the flank, able to cut off two.
Remaining.
Kakarot going down for sure. Spro easily takes him down. 2-0 South Built. Going to be taking this round confidently.
Yeah, usually we just see this happen over and over again. Nothing out of the ordinary there, just a clean take from Southfield. And honestly, really loving how Aziz is just evolving every single time we see him perform here. Before, he would just take fights needlessly or maybe even overpush, similar to what we saw with probably Georgie when Sean PH was, playing in front of our eyes. But this time, on the same flip here for Aziz, definitely has that more controlled pace as an entry duelist. NAOS will have their first buy round, but their setup still actually the same. They haven't changed anything up, and they're banking on the fact that this default setup of theirs is going to prove more dividends, especially with the stronger weapon buy.
Absolutely, but we've seen South Built on these executes. They can be deadly no matter what rifle you put in their hands, or SMG for that matter. Lo and behold, they get a couple, but still, it's Kakarot to hold with 3. Brought down to a 2v2 right now. The spike has been dropped. There's still time with a minute on the clock. Pushing down here towards that site. Get the plant off. They'll be able to, but the Aldron does give information. They know. So it's a matter of the waiting game right here. 56
One
seconds.
enemy remaining. Last player standing.
1v1 and Papi Chulo swings out for the trade. South Built have taken the bonus round, looking defiant here up against NAOS.
And this is just a no bars hold there. I think again, because of this a bit far flung or far back into the site setup that NAOS like to play, it's kind of keeping them difficult to rotate faster. Usually what we see from NAOS here is they'll have maybe Blur or Kevs start holding more aggressive angles, but they're playing so far back. I don't know if they're afraid of SBE or the map control that they have, but this ascent map at the very start seems to be SBE's comfort pick. It looks so good for SBE. And once again, you see the same setup for NAOS 4 times in a row.
And the same setup, I don't think it's going to be as effective. Again, you keep running the same thing. It's going to be snuffed out here, and Ja is going to handle take down Kakarot. Blurred, though, the decent shot onto Papi Chulo. Decides not to repeat the angle for fear of getting taken down. He already is pretty low. They will be rotating the spike here around towards that A area. With a lot of map control now for the side of South Built, they have managed to take a significant portion of the map. But the question is, where will they head? They have not cleared Wine. G is still sitting around that area. And if ASUS goes ahead and takes this alone, he might be in trouble here as they're creeping up closely to A. Good shot from G, and that's a spike on. Rifle now available. Can he be able to pick it up? He does actually get it and runs the corner as well. Pro be able to stop Kevs in his tracks. This is a very weird round here.
One enemy remaining.
Especially for G, but he's going to be taken down immediately by Ja.
30 seconds left.
1v3, only Sheriff for blocks.
Looking at some point there, G was going to be the one to hold the fort, make the damage, do the deed. But, well, that seemingly will not happen. SBE again, excuse me, very clean round moving forward into this one. Wonder, yeah, there it is. Blur by himself, the operator. So we're gonna be seeing something much more aggressive for them. It feels like NAOS are taking such a passive pace in these couple of rounds. Maybe they're testing the waters against SBE, but you know, halfway into this series, they should know already the SBE don't give a dang what is happening with how NAOS plays the game. If they don't try to challenge, NAOS is going to lose more map control, because that just is the essence of Ascent, right? When you get that mid control, which SB have been getting for a good chunk of rounds now, NAOS will lose more in terms of, again, holding any angle.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but they're hoping that with Blurred this time to help them take more pieces of map control, that it will suffice, even if they do give up mid a little bit more handily here. But the shot comes out, and Blurred will know where he is. Goes for the re-peek up against Papi Chulo, and does prevail. To a 4v5 numbers advantage now, starting to get into NAOS' side. Rather, they still have to find their way in towards A as they now begin to rotate that spike.
They're going to run right into this one, but they've adjusted where the Killjoy now lies. That's Blast getting the information in. Jalicious, one kill as in transition. Flippy, though, now marching towards top side here, as he will be looking to go for the flank. Turret does spot him out before anything else, and Pro left to go for the 1 versus 4. Looking to maybe aggress towards A main here, but Blast is already on the case, waiting for the peek out. He's ready and prepared.
30 seconds
Double
left.
swing. Like this as close as he can, but to manage this would be a huge taking for Pro, and that's not going to happen. Now let's take their first round.
I do feel like that South Build, one of their keys to success is being able to start really strong. How many games as already do we see from South Build where they got 6-0, you know, starting a game off with like a 5-6, 7-0, and then eventually maybe it kind of slips away. Now they get 4 in a row, sure. And up against a team like NAOS, I'm not so sure that it'll suffice, especially if South Build starts to taper down again with their performance throughout the rounds here. So operator does still hang true here for Blurred. He's able to hold on to it in the previous round. That was a good knife here coming from the KO. Does give information that there are quite a few players here towards that A. There's 2 players stacked on it. For the defense, that's G and Blast, 2 of the best players you want on that defensive side. But
for sure.
Flashes are great, blinds him perfectly. Hunter's Fury does come through. Blast is great with the utility. He gets 1, he's good on the hold. Now they're swinging out. The crossfire does actually hold up. And 3 players now are locked into that A main side. NAOS has done a great job holding this.
And Blast is the anchor that you... Yeah, he's the NAOS from, you know, Blast from NAOS.
Blast from NAOS.
Okay, the suck onto Papi is Blast closes the door on him. Any point of entry, at least coming from short, has been shut down temporarily as Jalicious comes out of his tiny little hobbit hole as he starts to move forward into the adventure, into the unknown. Blurred swings out from the back, pops a couple of shots with the pistol, but he doesn't want to lose this operator. Mind you, but he's got the capability, he's got the prowess to do it, and now NAOS able to adjust in time. And as you mentioned, no one falls as SBE tried to push forward. All of these delay tactics, even with that beautiful flash to start off from Flippy, just thrown onto the wayside.
Honestly, I think a lot of it was the good counter utility. From Blast there, South Build didn't really do enough to take down the utility, and really good timing from Blast, even if he was fully flashed, knows that the right place to activate those nano swarms, it actually gets 1. That in combination with G's gravity wells allowed them a very defiant hold onto that site. They get 3 kills, and 2 kills rather, and shut down any hope of South Build pushing onto this. Now it's a 2v4. And Blurred, he's going to be looking to make this peek in. Does ring a shot out. It's going to give information that the operator is here. So the op draft will give more information as well. To them take a little bit more confidence, but the out drone does spot out as this is all right for now as he rounds the corner.
Kev's spotting that one now, and as he's giving the presence here, and that would just mean that they're just gonna attack for A. There it is.
Is NAOS plural?
got your trail.
That's the big question, but I'll talk about that later.
NAOS
As two ultimates do come in here towards that A site. Killjoy ASUS has managed to find one quick trade off there, and this is right towards spawn. Great nano swarm to force out G. And that's going to be the site now.
One enemy
taken
remaining.
by the side of South Built, leaving it all up to Blurred.
Oh, Blurred thought that he was sneaky, but yeah, no dice, no dice. SBE adjusting fairly here, and gotta say, NAOS put a lot of emphasis on main control,
I got enough time
but
to
their
go into the
mid
astral form.
is where SBE put a lot more emphasis as well, and that's why you see
enemy
this
remaining.
kind of divide onto the site. This delays the rotation even further, and not really give NAOS that time to sneak by or get better map control with better timing, unfortunately.
Okay, real talk though, here's the question. Is NAOS a collective noun? Is it a plural noun? Is it a possessive? Like NAOS. Something to think about. Food for thought right there for you guys at home.
You know, I've forgotten my nouns. Like, I know how to speak English, but I've totally forgotten the rules, you know, because I'm a bad boy, so I don't care about the rules.
Oh, you forget your grammar. Azurite, tell me more. Tell me more.
Oh, hang on. Aziz. Oh, I like that. Doesn't even get stunned. Breaks the turret, so now they have no eyes on short anymore. And this allows SBE to move even forward. Blouse. Oh, dang it. I keep saying blouse for some reason. You know, that's a pretty blouse. You should wear it. Anyways, still gives SBE time to consider maybe hitting the B side, which they will. But look into the corner. It's Blurred with his blades. One. Oh, good use up the sucky there.
30 seconds left.
He follows up.
Spike down.
Okay, one
B.
more to go. His way through the back. And he's done some damage, leaving Blast and Jalicious try to hunker down. But they can't hear his footsteps because of Kakarot still being somewhat alive. Now they know where he is. Swings out. Good stuff. Can't revive their teammate, but takes the round in the end.
Yeah, didn't have time to get the Kakarot, but that doesn't really matter. Still, the fact that Kakarot was just alive and giving so much information that he wasn't on site meant that there was only one person to beat. It was around that switch area. And so that allowed revive or not. So look this flash after just brutal here. I'm fairly confident he would have gotten it had he not been flashed to smithereens. Right? Yeah, a little bit of a look at this replay here. And the op will come out again here for Blurred. Gonna try to go for a peek towards top mid. Don't think they identify anybody with that knife.
That does push back Blurred though, because he was a bit afraid of what was gonna come. Ja smokes up. The flash delays even further, but look at how just unafraid SBE are. These are just, you know, it's a game of chicken. And it seems like SBE, they're no chickens. They're just gonna keep charging forward. That's what they're gonna do. As the smoke dissipates on mid though, that is gonna be the catch onto Flippy. Now they lose their initiator. They still do have Pro with his dart coming online in just a matter of seconds, but with Blast holding the fort here alongside his teammate, this might be a dangerous endeavor for SBE.
The one gap right now in the whole of NAOS is their A short presence here. There's nobody truly watching it. They're just sort of relying on that turret to spot anybody out for them. But instead, there's nobody's really going to be going there anyway, so it's not too big of a deal. They've doubled up on A main.
30 seconds
The problem with that is the rotation might take too long. Instead, that though, Kevs is able to get a nice stop onto ASUS on that entry. Flash comes through. Flash himself, though, gets onto site to the staircase. And will look to hold it alongside his team, swinging through the operator. Shot goes wide. Blurs go down. There's only 14 seconds left. Poppy Chulo cutting off the rotation, but he gets cut off by himself by G. And on the side, Pro is able to take this one to a 1v1. He does hear the... Does try to get up close here. Oh, the timing just doesn't go his way. Pro knows how to look for that fight early on. Catches G off guard with a 4K.
Man, SBE just always want to go for the encounter. That look at this. They just always look for avenues where they can catch NAOS, because NAOS think that SBE are gonna play, you know, safe. They're gonna play friendly, but that's not the case. Jalicious thought that he had time to maybe pick up that star of his, but that was his downfall, unfortunately. 3-6, NAOS back again on the weaker of purchases, as South Built looking much better here, especially with Pro now on his Hunter's Fury. He can use this to start managing the sites even more, allowing Aziz for even greater map control.
Algrone gets around and does get the tag onto Blurred. Down from the wall back, but yeah, as he swings out here towards A main, will get punished by that triple peak right there. They even have one posted up on top on around spawn. So they're going now and slowing the pace. They're happy to just reset the round, because once they do reset the round, you know, they know there's less information for NAOS and still a bigger disparity in guns for South Built. So they've actually managed to sneak up all the way onto A site. That's got to be the signal for them to go ahead and take A. Nobody else will be here. They have an inkling that that's going to be true for them. Just gonna straight up take the site. Pro's gonna find nobody, no resistance on it. Kakarot not looking the right way. Ja gives up his position, but it doesn't matter at this point.
Big swing from Blur there. Only good for the singular. Now Kevs, is he gonna know that Pro actually just charged up the angle? He's not. Again, SBE, they're doing all of these, I wouldn't say risky, but aggressive off-angle forward pushes, and it is catching NAOS 9 times out of 10. It's kind of ridiculous, and it's working a whole good chunk.
It's another good round here from South Built, and one thing I am noticing is how they play it aggressively is kind of when they win. Notice how Pro always take these advantage of these, you know, advanced angles, Papi Chula as well, creeping up and cutting off rotations. It seems fairly basic, Astro, right? It seems fairly fundamental, rudimentary, if you will, but it is working, and it's really catching NAOS off guard every time they go up to a corner and suddenly there's somebody right around it.
I don't know what the adjustment for NAOS will have to be to kind of address that issue. You know, they try to get that mid control, right? But if you think about it, they will lose the fight in terms of the utility. Flippy's guiding light, I think, I know outpaces Kakarot's flash drive. Kakarot can use 2. Flippy can have more than 4 for the overall for the entirety of the round with his flashes. Yeah. So if they want to fight that battle, they need to get some value at the very start of things and then back away. But if they don't, they just basically waste utility, and SBE just have to wait like 30 seconds and they'll have more than NAOS can push them back with. And that being said, Blurred, is now back again on the operator. He's gonna try to go for that standard peak on mid, but he's gone a step further. He wants to charge right into this one. The Sova drone at least dissuades him from pushing even more. Now just wants to break it before anything else. And with that, SBE, at least no, operator isn't in.
That's at least an inkling of information here, but South Built, again, they seem to be making the right call. Nobody's here on B. Nobody's gonna try to stop them. There's going to be some utility being dished out, sure, but I don't think it's going to stop them from getting onto the site. It will stop ASUS, though, because he pushes through the wall. In the Hunter's Fury, really making the connection that they do want, but Flippy does find it. Gets straight off by Kakarot. Spite is dropped in a very, very awkward spot. It's going to be lockdown. Not too much to worry about it, because that lockdown will still allow them a lot of space onto this site. The Hunter's Fury does come through, and that's another lockdown as well. A little bit of a missed timing on it, but actually it just might be perfectly timed here if they don't move fast on the NAOS side. So South Built might have actually just done enough here.
Gotta delay the opposition, right? Nice. Anyways, B main lane taken by SBE. Pro still holding that delayed angle is working wonders for the SBE roster as Ja takes himself a nice little 4-piece. Elude, this
last
is
round in the half.
A little bit worse for wear there. I thought the wall was a bit detrimental for South Built, but they pick it back up. Good utility usage and everything.
One
And
second,
now
please. I gotta visit the
again,
Astro
their
to play some
timings,
stuff.
everything just being read by South Build here. Maybe they're slowing down, and this is not the time for that to
One enemy
happen.
remaining.
I actually think that was a pretty significant misplay here by South Built, because had they just all gone onto site, there was nobody on site. And with ASUS actually peeking out of that Cosmic Divide without a flash, kind of just an easy kill onto him. So that round, I think, should have went to NAOS, but South Built played that perfectly, especially with Ja getting that 4K yet again. How many times has he bailed his team out of these positions? But Blur, he's going to be taken down definitely there. Pro will be able to stop him in his tracks. The spike has yet to be collected. They've dropped it quite a ways away, and so they're going to send PPGL to collect.
Losing Blur is a big loss for NAOS in this particular round. Because of the fact that he did have the rifle plus that mid control, which leaves the rest of NAOS with very little to,
I've got your
to
trail.
do. Plus, they're all in like Spectres to remain, so they want to fight arguably closer distances. Now Flippy activates the Seekers. This is gonna mess them up even further. Blast has already been spotted at the close here. Tries to run away. Gets blasted, and thankfully enough, Pro had to reload his weapon, but again, the pressure is stifling from South Built here.
30 seconds.
Crossfire is there. Pro reacts just in the nick of things, but Delicious
Last
will only
player
be
standing.
good for the one. The pinch to push through. And Kakarot, what can he do but just fall as Flippy just demolished the rest of the back line, trying to rotate and help out A. Does not work that way, as SBE claim a substantial lead in the first half, 3-9.
Well,
play some
this is
stars
a
in
scoreline
this
that looks a
reality?
little bit familiar to me. Seeing maybe Black and Blue starting to have a little bit of flashbacks there back in the green room.
30
And
seconds.
I've seen this before. Obviously, we wouldn't want to
enemy
have
remaining.
anything untoward happen. It's
It's the last of them.
this scoreline is just no indicator of how the rest of the game is gonna go, though. Literally, all bets are off the table. Everybody has laid their cards out. This just could be anything by the time we finish the match. I don't believe that just because it's 9-3, it's cursed or not cursed. Because of the fact that the first map was exactly the same and it turned out into a comeback. So we'll be going back into a site here. It's now's his time. Shine on the attacking side. The execute does come in, dash through from Blurred. Checking Hell, has to clear out PPGL, waiting for teammates to come onto the side alongside him. Decent entry, but PPGL wins the duo. Refrag is made. As ASUS is able to follow up and get that kill onto Kebs now.
One enemy remaining.
Does drop low HP on him, but it's a
down
nice
A.
tap from Ja.
Nature
Long
girl
range
down.
here, but Blast has got something to say about it. 1v2, go for the reload now. And the double swing out suffices from South Built. They're looking so good. They finally win this pistol. And that's going to be South Built on double digits in round 14.
Well, if you don't believe in curses, the curses believe in you. But this time, it's not happening. It's not insidious. It's not conjuring. It is more just a happy
enemy
ending
remaining.
in this pistol
Spike
for
down.
SBE. That was so good. Like,
Oh, yeah.
PPGL's stand there against Blur started the whole thing, because Blur was supposed to be that having control, stops the rest of South Built from pouring right into the site.
Here.
But since he lost, even though Papi was blinded for a fraction of a second there, it really cost him that round. And Aziz almost decapitates Blur there, but Fortune does not get a tag. He is really challenged in this one, and he will lose the fight. That's a bit too overzealous. He's peaked at, what, 5 times in a row?
I think the morale for NAOS is starting to dwindle away. I really do wish we saw a timeout much earlier into the half. And even now would be sufficient, maybe to figure out what they're going to do on their gun round. I'd really like to see them come up with a thoroughly thought out plan on the attack to figure out how to break down South Built, because right now things are just looking very, very deadly for side of South Built. They're able to get so many rounds in a row without getting punished. Full rounds that they should be losing out of the hat. And in this one, it's looking like it's going to be a perfect anti-eco. Blurred with a trigger discipline, holds the line for a second there. He's only able to get one, and the classics don't work out as well as they would have liked. South Built will be happy to take another round. They get to 11.
3-11 now. They really are stretching the possibility of a comeback here. It is still there. It is still grabbable. But again, things like this make it a bit shaky in the end. Gotta give it though that they do have kills here and there, but the overall result is not as they want it to be. That being said, NAOS do have the purchases now. They do get those nice little shiny rifles in hand. Question now lies, how effective is their attack though? Because SBE, they've been on point with whatever they wanted to do here on Ascent.
Yeah, good set of utilities being expanded just to help them stop the push, and it does work. South built, oh my god, he gets a ding alongside the swing, and they're trying to force the defense back onto the side. They have. They're still alive, and they can set up this crossfire. So much utility. Pro finally drops here. The Poppy's still waiting to get one. If he can get just one, no, he doesn't, but he does a lot of damage. HP fairly low here from the side of South build. Now, NAOS, what can they really find? It's looking like not a lot. ASUS actually does find one with a Sheriff already. Upgrades to Vandal. And this 2v3 is still looking possible. HP low. Wallbang not connecting. Here's the reload. Blast does for sure behind that corner. It's a matter of who peeks first, and it's Kakarot to win the duel against ASUS. NAOS have found a lifeline. A very faint heartbeat in this series, but a heartbeat nonetheless.
They got thrown that floaty, you know, by the lifeguard, but it is very small. That was rough around the edges.
Basically like Titanic and Rose, and just like only one of them can fit on.
Yeah. I mean, technically they could fit together, but the weight of, you know, both him and Jack would have just bloop, 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 bloop.
Yeah. Well, you don't know that. They didn't even try, so shame on you, Rose. I'm still, yeah. Anyway.
Well, every rose has its thorn.
Film it! I cannot use that.
But a side looking a little bit thorny as the dashes do come in already. Straight through the box. Blurred's gonna get the entry now. It's looking good on this, but they might explode. They find ASUS here. But Clippy, he's still here. He misses the first shot. One enemy transfer on the Blurred, but now he's effectively swept up this round. And that's gonna be a very clean A execute. Southfield caught completely with their pants down.
Now it's becoming ever so cautious as they push into the side. It's not like, you know, any opponent will be just tucked in a corner. They have these nooks and crannies that you don't really see. It's artificial because of the smokes that allow them to just sneak by even further. Flippy missing the shot there on the planter was a huge mistake on Southbuild's side, but I mean, it doesn't really matter for now. It's still 5-11. They have such a tremendous command of this Ascent game. And speaking of command, they do want to try to charge an A main here. Aziz does have the blades out, and they made it into a 1-for-1 trade. The rest of the attackers will be going straight for B. And look at how Kev's just tuck tail and run. Oh my goodness, get me out of here. As there's like 4 bajillion people just charging in onto A main. They've given up a rifle, but Five is still stronger for now, and they do have, as I mentioned, control of this B site now.
Word. Oh, decide against pushing into spawn, though we did have the opportunity to. We'll play that close angle here on logs. Al drones traffic in the air, and they're gonna spot each other. And oh no, Pro, he didn't have his pistol out. He was trying to get information.
One
he might
enemy
just
remaining.
be able to get this. No, Kakarot's there for the backup. He lines up a double, and that's gonna save NAOS yet again. Get them a few rounds away. They close that gap a little bit, but there's just no margin for error for NAOS right now.
There really isn't. Now with Aziz bringing up that sniper, it's even more relevant up until this point. SBE, I'm pretty sure, has called the timeout. Yep, there it is. And now, I'll bet my bottom dollar that Aziz is going to be charging up at mid with like 2 more players of SBE because of the composition that they have. And now let's damn well be ready for that, or else they're going to get picked their brains out. Just unfortunate if you think about it.
Timeout has been called by South Build. I think aptly so. I think this might be the right time to do it as they do figure out what they want to, how they're going to accomplish this, because they are starting to show signs of slowing down. Very much true to form is how South Built sort of tends to, I wouldn't say whittle away, but just tends to give a little bit more room to other teams come later into the half. This is definitely something they don't want to have as a chronic illness across their careers. This is something that they want to solve as soon as possible. And I think the solution for them right now might just be to go on ahead. I like the idea for the operator. Might help them take a couple more picks here towards that B.
Well, they will be just putting Aziz on by himself. But he's not going to care. He's going to charge out just a teeny tiny bit. Blast is on the cross. If he checks this, well, you know how that ends. A couple of flashes on mid from Flippy just to get that information on. Kakarot not able to spot out one. It was very short. Blast, is it tingling? Is his spider senses telling them there's danger, danger coming in from B main? He's about to wiggle one, and he knew it was there. Okay, that was... I give the presses, but look at this. NAOS is actually going to re-challenge this one.
Yeah, they want to rush him down.
That they do.
Shock darts do come in. It's a little bit of a waiting game here, isn't it, Asteroid? What are you doing? And nobody missing, nobody getting shots rather at the moment. The Cosmic Divide comes in. It's another full execute here towards that B site. Sort of miss each other from within these smokes and within this utility here. Nobody on site just yet, but as he's looking to hold stairs, trusting that nobody's gonna come and flank him. Nobody does.
30 seconds
but
left.
onto that side, he nearly hits that second shot. Just try to get around the bend, but the refrag rather from Pro is good enough. It's a lockdown to buy a little bit more time here for the side of NAOS. And oh no, Kevs, as you said, he's gonna try to get that shock dart in, but the time is starting to tick away. They have to leave, they have to give some space, and they do. Retake now begins, 3v3, and that's gonna be a counter lockdown for their own.
They do have Kev's ultimate, so they can't call it for now. But this would mean that it is going to be a 2-2 as the round infuriates. But Kakarot finds the push with Kev's rather than breaking the lockdown. Now, this is what we wanted to see. The balls on these players to challenge even through the risk of the detain is what was necessary for them. I thought they were going to go for the safer pace. No, hell no. They're not going to do that. It's all going to be about that challenge. And oh boy, do they challenge.
And this is where it gets a little bit weird. They kind of collide mid-air, and then what are you guys doing? And, all right, just taking out the trash, as our observers are showing us right now. It is very unfortunate for the side of South Built. They just couldn't decide whether they're going to fully commit to it. I think when the Hunter's Fury came in, they all wanted to get out, and they just ended up bumping each other mid-air. So just a little bit of misfortune on their side.
Bit of misfortune for sure, but something that NAOS will happily take into consideration for that round clutch. That was so close, to be honest there. He's running for dear life and he still survives with like 45 HP! Kevs! Are you kidding me? Tries to go for the close angle, not really respecting the aggressive push onto A main. A lapse of judgment here for NAOS as the car start to charge in, using the null command already. Flash not even phasing Aziz at all, but they check their corners. It's good, it's good. And now it's starting to work their magic onto the A side, or the B side rather.
They have it already, but Ja is looking to hold.
One enemy remaining.
For one for now. Pretty much be the round here. Pro scrapped as G finds a triple. This is NAOS truly building up a lot of steam. They have gone basically supernova at this point. Full nuclear. South Built can't find any answers. How many rounds in a row have they given up?
One enemy remaining.
Interestingly enough, they didn't pick up the weapon of Kev's. I'm pretty sure Kev's had like a rifle or something in his hands. They were still just handling sheriffs when they were already looking for the retake. Maybe they just want to have the fast rotation. But with that being said, ooh, Aziz could actually be in trouble here. And that's why you already see the dash being utilized. He gets tagged a second time, and that drone still survives. So much value off of it. Now Blur already knows what is up. Can try to maybe force the fight here. As their smoke dissipates and enemy Pro uses his own drone, you're gonna have to back away for the meantime. Oh,
He gets spotted.
Here.
I don't think they'll be able to get the kill though. They're so far away. So it is going to be a very, very passive hold here for South Build. No longer are they going for early pickoffs. No longer are they going to go try and push. Instead, they're just going to try their best to hold the sites as much as they can, to hold the line. But now, from what we've seen from them, their executes have just been stellar every single time.
Smoke so that they can just cross around the corner here. Pro tries to stop them in transition. This could be good, because if NAOS charges through on this one, they might get caught by the meat grinder. Oh boy, they go into this one blind, and one by one they fall. Nevs, you know, this man can go above and beyond, but this time he's just gonna fall to the ground. As SBE already set the pace, they already set the point. It is gonna be the match.
Is it going to be the match, though? That is the question.
30 seconds left.
They've got 4 rounds to climb back from, and honestly, they can't. It's very, very possible here, given the fact that it was a 93 scoreline. I cannot believe we're still finding ourselves in a 12-8 half. No, no, 12-8 half. I mean, a 12-8 score. They have been, I'd say, fairly successful with the operator, though ASUS isn't having the best game of his life right now, and I do attribute it to the fact that they might not be so comfortable on a map like Ascent, and I think it's starting to show. But still, the fact that they are winning, the fact that they are ahead, proves that there is just such resiliency here on that South Built roster. And now they're going to be trying to make that push here towards short. It's a patience game once more, Asarai.
But they haven't really gotten that much control. If you think about it, still haven't gotten any information about where the operator is going to lie. A main is undiscovered territory for this round, so they're going to have to go fast and just try to challenge something. Aziz, oh, I like that. Tries to bait out the jump. He is smoked off, but that smoke is so tiny that he still finds the pick onto Blur. This is rather unfortunate. They do have some flashes to push the rest back, but Ja and teammate are still holding the cross. Kakarot very afraid. Still have to hold for short here, but Aziz doesn't miss a beat. And oh boy, chances of NAOS are ever so dwindling down. The lineup, the flashes all working in their favor. Now Kevs to remain. Defenders will be dealt with. And SBE take another game away from NAOS, 2-1 in this series.
Got a little bit scary there for South Build for sure, but they're going to be happy with that win, especially considering Ascent is not one of their most comfortable maps. Sighs of relief. Fist bumps all across for the teams as they take us further into the series. And we're going to be joining us again here on the casting desk. Also, right, it was a closer game than we thought it would be after what seemed to be a disappointing first half from NAOS. But if we're being honest here, I do think if NAOS had a little bit of a better performance on that first half, they might have made this game a lot closer, maybe even have taken it.
Yeah, I think they wanted to try something a bit different, but the adjustments came in a tad bit later into the round. And as you mentioned, it felt like they were just not prepared about SBE wanted to do. SBE, though, they just did the standard thing about getting that mid control, rotating, trying to split the D, and they were able to do that so well. I think, again, the rotations for NAOS came in a bit late. It was, what, 5 rounds in that SBE got before NAOS started to move things around, and by that point, SBE had such a marginal lead. With that being said, we're one step away from getting this victory already.
Take a look at the stats here as both initiators at the top of the scoreboard here, Pro and Kakarot. Nothing, very much nothing separates these two players. Even the combat score is 3 points apart. The KDA just a tiny bit more here. But this match, definitely closer than the scoreline would seem to indicate for us. Just wasn't as explosive, I think, as the first two that we did see. Maybe both of these teams needed a little bit of a break here. Should be interesting as we get into the next game. Be seeing a very interesting one. We have potentially 2 more matches. Let's take a look at the highlights, however, and how things did progress in this one.
Yeah, Kevs was so good at this pistol, but after this, after they lost this one, it felt like NAOS just didn't want to touch the hot potato that SBE were trying to deliver each and every time in this. Look at these. This kill from Pro happened more times than I could count in multiple rounds, by the way. Like, he was just gonna spot out one player from NAOS always rotating, and that punish just again dictated if NAOS would have more people to play with at the rest of the round, especially during retakes. And time again, look at that, Pro. Every time on your screen in the highlights, just keep getting kills that NAOS are not expecting. Well, that being said, yeah. Go ahead.
How many times was he able to tuck himself into corners that, you know, just weren't checked by NAOS? And how many clutches went to Southfield's way because of amazing performances from, you know, mostly Pro, actually, some from Ja. But again, it comes down to those very tiny marginal differences, the small differences here. Whether it was winning that one clutch, whether it was, you know, getting an early kill or an advanced position here from Pro. That is really what sort of built up over time, and then it stacked up so that Southfield just kept taking those small victories and turning them into W's.
Defenders win.
Well, with all of that being said, this best of 5 series might come to an early close as SBE, South Built Esports, have already claimed 2 games. The next map is going to be Icebox, so we'll see if NAOS can bring it back for the final game, or will their Cinderella run come to a close. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're gonna go on a break, and when we come back, game number 4 is gonna go underway.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands, Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands, Delilah, don't you know my
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the... There you go. Hello, Biscuit. Again, welcome back, guys, to VCTPH 2022 Stage 1. Now into the grand finals. We've already seen 3 games go. And for those NAOS fans, unfortunately, SBE take the lead, and they need one more to secure the title in the championship. My name is Asher. With me now is Illustrato. We'll be your casters. There you go. And he is back.
We're back. Sorry, a little bit of a issue with my mic again. Don't know what's going on with it lately, but yeah, you know what's crazy, Asher? I've been thinking about it. Southville came from being the last team, the bottom team in this entire Philippine season, but today they are 1 game away from taking the grand finals itself. So it's kind of insane to me that we're seeing that. But let's go into Agent Select and find out who's going to be playing what here today, as we are finding ourselves onto Icebox again. Asura, how you feeling about this map?
Oof, honestly, it could go either way. We saw yesterday how long the match was from SBE and Oasis Gaming. We could be for a long con again here, because now has performed exceedingly well on Icebox. That being said, though, the pressure definitely is turned up to 11, as this is the final shot of NAOS to bring this back again to series point. And SBE, they need just that one more push, and they'll be crowned champions. And as you mentioned, this is a definite turn back to form for Southville. Well, NAOS, they've been on top for the longest time during their group stage, even the start of the playoffs, but here they're starting to slow down a bit. And maybe again, the Cinderella story, is it over, or will they bounce back to give themselves another shot?
Well, we're about to only find out now as we go towards Icebox. Taking a quick look at the stats here. Icebox, a pretty comfortable map for Southville, but it's an even better map for NAOS here. They've won 83% of their matches. Southville only has 65%. Having said that, both of them are very comfortable on this map. This is going to be a good one. This is definitely going to be one of those matches where both teams are going to be totally happy and comfortable playing on this one. It's more about who's going to outplay who's going to get to play their own game, and who's going to hit their shots.
Gotta say, the more that we play Valorant as Filipinos, the more that I feel like Icebox turns into a comfort pick for everybody. Before it was like Ascend, now for some reason it's Icebox. Yeah. Anyways, holding the high angle here. I thought Jawa's purchased a Sheriff, but I think he just wanted to get a bit safer in terms of utility, wanted to get that Cloudburst just so that maybe he can escape or hold his angle a bit longer there on Jenny. And SBE, they're slowly creeping up. No aggressive up control or anything. They're just going to the ground, and here's the assault. Again, Justin in the back of things, and he does not get cleared out, dashes away. This is rather unfortunate for now, since they've kind of lost a bit of control in the back of things.
They have taken the backside here, but G is only able to get one. With that classic, Pro's able to respond here. It's a 3v4. Numbers in favor of ASUS and the rest of Southville. They try to make their way onto that site. Pro's able to find another. ASUS backs him up. That's going to be only up to Kakarot here, who's playing up close. The shot onto one, though. Not expect the person from up on top of him, but that's going to be the spike defuse 100%. There's no way he gets close to it even. As Southville take the pistol. They're just looking so much better on these pistol rounds here, that's right.
They really are. They're just the cleaner execute. We can deep dive into anything else, but what you see is what you get. And up until that pistol, as you mentioned it, now's the time to maybe go for weird aggressive force buy that could allow them to get the catch off against SBE here. That being said, though, SBE, they miss no chance into just going straight for the aggressive not Sheriff, excuse me, but Marshall, Spectres, and even the Bulldog for Jack.
Yeah, the Bulldog definitely gonna be useful here in the long angles. Oh, on Icebox, he almost gets spotted out there. Blind spray. Pro. What? G somehow wins the duel. Micro's good for the refrag, coming out right there from mid. But it's now a 4v4 here. Numbers still pretty much dead even. But in this situation, I still favor the defenders, especially after Ja gets away with bloody murder up onto Kevs.
Again, they really can't push this because the crossfire is so deadly, and to kind of add insult to injury, Felipe's like, hell nah, I ain't gonna let you push here on A. Puts out a big, thick wall. And even though there's that blade there, that does absolutely nothing to dissuade SBE. They can still hold these angles and comfortably challenge, as now still have to break through all the segments to even give themselves more breathing space here.
One enemy remaining.
Job with the triple
Spike
there.
down A.
Able to hold on to that site. And pretty much all said and done. Loss is doing some damage. He gets Ja. It's Bulldog removed from the picture. He's chosen a headshot angle. But it's Flippy who lands the headshot onto him. The loss goes down. South Built, they're going to be taking this round quite confidently, quite cleanly, only losing 2.
Yeah, again, not the strongest of buys for NAOS. But look at how Ja and Flippy just hold the angles here. Nothing really left to the imagination. Again, even if you break down that singular segment, you push through, and Ja is just that on point. There's nothing really that they can manage there. And, oh, Aziz, I like this. He's going to hear all of that noise. Peeks out, maybe gets a pick.
Oh, no. Oh, he misses the timing. Difficult shot to hit after all. But in the end, it's still going to be the first pick up for NAOS. They do have the first pick of the round, the numbers advantage, as they try for the first time to head here towards the B site. Haven't really seen much of it up until now. It's going to be Ja who's going to find G-Licious up on that flank. Now there's a double flank that is coming in. So South Built, rather NAOS, they have to start moving quick. They fake the spike plant. It's going to be the fragment to help them be able to plant it. Double shotgun doesn't actually land.
The flank was sniffed out. We're left with Pro and Micro. Just kind of get closer into the angle. They don't have a wall to stop him. He was not spotted. No, he still wiggles one through. Pro, though, swings out. Could deal more damage. And he does. 4 kills all towards the NAOS boys. And they're going to feel that into this next round, as they're going to be gasping for purchases. As on the flip side, South Built, they're just getting started. Let's look at this one. Flippy, as well as Ja, come out swinging from the back, but now it's just only have to do is just look right behind him. But this one from Pro, that is so lovely. So good, and thankfully Blur was able to get that one out, because if he didn't, I wonder to see what would have happened if the round prolonged itself. Now, as we start pushing forward here, again, this is a very risky buy on either side. This would dictate about 1 to 2 rounds worth of economy, and both teams are struggling to keep that afloat.
There's Ja. Oh, he gets that shot onto Blur. Easy kill. Falls back, gets healed up. The Reds comes in. And that's going to be another 5v5 still as the round stabilizes here. They forced out the Reds, which is good news. Micro somehow landing that shot. I think he just saw above, but the fragment brings Ja very, very low here. The heal is down for Flippy. It was used a little earlier, so Ja will have to play on lower HP. Fortunately for him, the rest of the members of NAOS, they'll be going towards mid instead. They might not expect to play so close. They don't. Pro gets another one from an advanced angle. That's going to signal the rotation here. Mid could be open, but so could B main. Where are they going to go? It's looking like B. In South Built, they only have one player, and that's ASUS.
30 seconds left.
I mean, he can still deal so much damage here, especially with not really a lot of time. There's his trap. He activates
One
himself.
enemy remaining.
Look at how he just
Spike down,
obliterates the rest of the defenders. Kevs has already been tagged incredibly low. And the only option here is to move forward and hope to Deer that SBE are not waiting for him to just flank the spike down. He gets picked off, but that's exactly what it is. As South Built Esports clean round after round. And I don't know what NAOS can do now at this point, just to get into the sights and even get the spike planted down.
How far South Built have come that from the very bottom of the scoreboard, nearly not making it into the playoffs, to here clawing their way through the lower bracket to get up to the grand finals. What a run. What a run. They should certainly be proud of themselves, excuse me, at the moment, but They still have this one more map to go. They have to get through the eco round of NAOS, which has proved to be deadly before, multiple times.
Man. Something's just not clicking right now. Okay, I'm gonna just keep making noises because
Spike down, attacker spawn.
You just ate your words, didn't you?
I did, but it's not the end of the.
Yeah, well, you just did it again. Stop talking, Asarai! Just stop it! What are you doing, man? Every time you say something, an eco kill happens.
All right, maybe let's try it again. Let's try it again. Ja is now here, and I'm seeing now.
I'm certain Ja's not gonna get another one.
Oh, okay, there you go. Excellent. Oh, crazy NAOS. Good aim. Very, very good aim. 50 HP on Josh, so he's trying to swing out. He could be knocked off his block, and does get the trade-off regardless. 2 versus 2 to remain. One coming in the front, one in the back. But Delicious wastes no time. He's activated the ultimate, but we've seen what this does to NAOS. They've got to be careful because the game of hide and seek has now started.
Yeah, and from within the Viper's pit, doesn't matter what weapon you have as long as you connect. Still key. Trying to spray, they're trying to find it, but they can't. Here comes the wall. Oh, he still has vision on it. The Flippy, he's got the headshot. He's gonna take the round here for South Built yet again. They hang on in a very scrappy eco round for NAOS. But still, South Built pull through, losing 3 members. And however, they do force the Viper's pit. That's gonna be a big weight off of their shoulders coming into further retakes down the line.
For sure it will, but not gonna lie as well, I felt like NAOS haven't really utilized their Viper Spit for the longest time, so just using it in those clutch situations I think is better than using it in a round where they actually have purchases. I could be wrong though, but it has felt that way ever since yesterday's matches were quite apparent. But that being said and all, it is still a really good ultimate to utilize when you blind your opponents. Oh, Aziz not quick enough to actually get the flick, but he spots it out. Now an ultimate is being used somewhere. That's Pro's Hunter's Fury as he flushes back the rest of the NAOS squad. And now it's retreating to go straight for A. If they do this quickly enough, they might be able to get into the site, which they are trying to do so, but this wall turns into such a big deficit that's not even gonna phase Micro at all because he's all the way down to B. And it's all Ja right here to the side, but Kakarot opens it up beautifully. And maybe this is the time for NAOS to actually get a spike line without anything else deterring them.
Looking like it, as they get a 5-man post blind. It's looking quite good for NAOS here. They could secure their second round off the back of this. The null command came in perfectly, but Flippy is able to level the numbers. Brought down to a 4v4. Blur responds to the headshot. 3 players still up for South Built. The time is starting to dwindle. You're gonna have to make a move, and you're gonna have to do it soon. After that kill, Michael was brought back. Reds comes through. Blur's found 3. G finds another. And Kevs finds the final kill with a Hunter's Fury to bail his teammate out. And that's another round here. Now let's finally find a second.
All with the helms, or all at the heels of Kakarot just charging right in and getting those frogs or frags. Sorry, I don't know if Kakarot's like frogs, but you know, it's fine.
I like frogs. Frogs are cool.
Last player standing.
Yeah, exactly. I like frogs too, but ooh, that last kill from Kevs was kind of nutty. That was his timing. His oldest. I've totally forgotten the saying. Anyways, it's his oldest time. Blurred. He hears it. Okay, so the TP's out on B main. They just go straight for it, by the way.
Were you about to say Taylor's oldest timing?
There we go, yeah. Oldest time I know.
Yeah, okay. Got there in the end. And B-side once more. Now haven't found much success on the B-side. Let's see how they're going to handle it this time. The flank play is what knocked them out last time, but ASUS gonna get one. And Ja, what an absolute disgusting shot onto G.
He just looked at him, by the way. And it still
One
does.
enemy remaining.
That's what you call the stare down.
Ja, with a triple right there, just insane. He's taking a minute to just think, did I really just do that? And yes, Ja, you just did. That's nutty. That is so nutty from Ja.
Flawless.
How is he allowed to do that? I just felt the communication just start to deteriorate for NAOS in that round. Nobody called the flank play, I'm not sure, because nobody was looking for him.
And everything that SBE are wanting to do is working. And to hold your point with Ja, you know, with the famous shoe brand, he just do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think he likes jazz music?
Maybe.
Jamaican patties.
You know, that's Jamaican me crazy.
Oh my god. Okay, well, Blurred, let's see if he can actually go crazy in this one. He's got the Blade Storm in his hands. Try to be going onto that A site. The executes of now just have not been successful. This is normally not their playstyle. But they do find Ja with a shot from Blast, getting him through the wall right there. It's brought to a 4v5. No chance for a res right now. Flippy's too far away from those from the ultimate right now. Doesn't have the orbs.
Micro is like, where do I look? Has he crossed yet? Did I miss my timing or something? And he's very much aware that maybe they're going to be coming into the B main, but the throw in that KO blade might dissuade the rest. Blur does spot out two, but does he know that there's one lurking close to the corner, which is Flippy? They do not. Oh, that's big. The res to come through, but Blur still has no angle to punish Flippy here. Unfortunately, they just get bombarded through the walls. And now it's only Kevs and Blur to remain. They picked up a couple of weapons. Time is of the essence. They've also picked up the spike, which is good. So maybe they can run all the way through B. Might have still have time with Fuzz 25, but now they gotta commit. Now they gotta force the fight, but their crossfire from SBE might just be too overwhelming and maybe give Flippy the ace. Micro, well, secures it, but SBE still take the round in the end.
Oh, SBE with another great hold. Flippy this time is the one to do it. He's one away from his full charge now after that insane 4-kill. Good hold from the side of South Build, and their defensive line is holding so strongly. NAOS just have no answers. This is very much unlike how NAOS play. They're going for those set executes right off the bat. This is not normally what we like to see from NAOS, because normally what NAOS is so good at is slowly dividing up the map and taking map control and inching their way forward and then maybe exploding onto the side. But we're not seeing any of that. We're seeing them peek out and get caught time and time again and throw out Hail Mary executes.
Not really what you want to see for them. Delicious able to sneak by only for a fraction as Micro, well, he re-challenges the angle, and now they know NAOS is very much condensed into this one corner. I don't know what's happening. As you mentioned, they do like to take those longer fights, and did they even take any damage? It's just Micro, not even Ja, who is looking dead straight into Blurred's eyes. I don't know what's happening here, but it's all coming to the favor of SBE, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news for NAOS fans. Mathematically speaking, they only need 6 more rounds, and they win this championship.
I think South Build are very close to doing it. They are, sure, it's only 7-2, but it's round 10. They've secured an advantage on halftime. Things are looking amazing for South Build off the back of the amazing efforts of Ja. Flippy as well on that one defense. Now South Build have everything they need. Flippy's one away from the res. Micro's utilized his Viper spit towards B, forcing NAOS to go towards A. Shot comes wide from Ja. Doesn't land the mark, but it's going to be enough information given. They have decided to move him towards that A site.
Poison orb emitting.
Wow. That drone just got all the information. You know why? They spotted out Je. Micro did not hear anything pushing out on B main. And look at where SBE are setting their sights on. Just on mid and A main for the majority of their forces. You're going to see the execute once again. But I also have to mention, has Blurred ever actually fought for like top of 410? It feels like he just wants to go down below in the ground. But, you know, Jet got to fly high. It doesn't seem to be a possibility. As he's here, so close on the swing, and nobody looking on top rafters as Pro is holding their attention down there onto Maze. He's stuck in the
enemy
corner.
remaining.
Aziz comes in.
30
What a
seconds
flick
left.
from Aziz. And now it's Evs once again to go for the clutch. He's a great player. Amazing clutcherist, but this time it gets denied as soon as he just peeks out. Unfortunate.
It's just not looking like NAOS' game. They're coming into this so cold. I want to see a timeout. I need to see now. NAOS, they're just not getting anything. They're doing the same executes. They're going for the same kind of plays, hoping that the result will be different. But as we know, that's insanity. And members of South Built, they've seen these plays. They've seen these executes all too many times. Nothing really too special in dying embers of this tournament. NAOS have just ground to a halt.
As I mentioned, again, Blur just does not want to fight for high ground. And that's like the beauty of Icebox for Jet players. You have so many options because you can fly high. Unfortunately, in that regard, that is not going to be the case for a while now, but this aggressive push towards Orange gives a bit more leeway for the NAOS players. Jet is about to hit a shot on Jaw there.
Oh my god.
This Jijo Ju encounter. We'll see how this goes. Aziz, 3 versus 1.
That's going to be the shock dart. It doesn't land here. As is, he's going to be flanked in a second now. But, oh, he does get away with a teleport. I think he does manage to reposition it. Still guessing as to where he is going to get shot from the back, and that's going to be the 3rd round for NAOS. It's a thrifty win, sure, but at this point, the money doesn't matter anymore. It's all about the rounds. Last round is the next one. And if South Built take this, it's going to be another 9-3. How many 9-3s have we seen in this series alone?
Well, more than I can count. And I can only count to like 1. So.
Last player standing.
Oh, that's...
What's after 1?
Aziz.
One enemy remaining.
1-1?
Yeah, 100%, yeah. And then after 1-1, it's 1-1-1.
Exactly. And then 1-1-1-1. You know? It's like binary code without the 0.
Right.
Exactly.
Here.
Oh, like a big disaster right now.
Oh, he can dash.
Was it a fake? I didn't see it, but the double operator now coming into play here for South Built. And they're holding it nicely. Up until Paparod and G, they get a picky. That's the Viper Spit deployed. Hoping that they'll have a different result this time. Azus finds another one. They're going to swap. No, they're not going to swap weapons. Pardon me. They do drop. They do die. It's Micro, excuse me, and Flippy. Double swing out. Oh, the adjustment from Micro. I thought G actually had it. He could have had the flick on, but just wasn't
switching sides.
There. It's another 9-3 halftime. South Built are so close to winning the Grand Championship.
You almost got the site itself, and again, it's the change up on how they just go through the zipline and use that high ground. There's so many angles that when you're on ground level in A, defenders can just like go around corners and be diverted. Right, when you get 410, you have that verticality just to shoot people on angles where, again, you can hit shots where primarily when you're on the ground, this does not work. That being said, though, NAOS, they can hope for the curse to hit SBE here, to uplift it, but that's banking too much on faith, if ever. Now, look at this double push on mid. Doesn't get any information, but it is crucial. Because they will spot out the trap. They will be able to maybe make SBE second guess or prematurely force them to push onto the B side. We already have Kevs holding the cross here, but I don't think he knows this. He might be spotted out already, and he is getting tagged down. Thankfully, the smokes do keep him safe, but here is SBE taking the B side for the moment.
They can't plant it just yet. I'm a little bit fearful of the shock darts. And so now they will be able to get that spike planted. It's a decent chance here for the side of NAOS, especially given that the man advantage is in their favor. Low HP onto the member of South Build as well. I think there is a heal available for now. So you're gonna get onto that spike. They tap it. It's gonna force them out. Snake bites do come in. Kakarot gets one. Blurred follows up.
One enemy
6
remaining.
HP on Blurred here, but he still finds another one. The last player is Flippy. He's got no chance in hell here. He even gets taken down through the wall. As Blurred finds a triple kill, and NAOS, they hold on with the pistol round win.
That gives them Yeah, as we keep mentioning, breathing room. That was a really huge retake for them because again, it does stop the bleeding as it were. The 10-3 looking inevitable, but these picks, these lineups from Kevs really help them out. So maybe the second wind will come. Oh, okay. Maybe a technical pause to give teams a bit of time to just, think things through.
Well, speaking about time to think about things, let's take a look at the current situation that we have here. South Built, they've got 5 rounds ahead of NAOS. Potentially 4 after this equal round that they're going to be going through. That's still a lot. That's still a lot of time for NAOS to catch up, considering they're only at 9. Comebacks are very much possible, especially on very swingy maps like Icebox. We've said this. How many times have we seen insane comebacks on Icebox? Ascent, maps like Ascent, the smaller, tighter maps, it's not so much. But on a map like Icebox, where pretty much a lot of anything can happen, it's very, very likely. Not likely, but very possible that these comebacks could transpire.
Well, transpire to inspire, as NAOS definitely needs the wind beneath their wings to lift them up above.
That's our parents' generation. That's not ours. Okay, I do not claim the Betty Midler wind beneath our wings. I do not claim that. That is probably my mother's favorite song.
Well, I mean, it just went into my head because now it's got those wings. Yeah, that too. I was born in the 80s.
Well, that explains a lot. That explains all the dad jokes.
Yeah, sure enough, right?
Well, it's technical pause time. I'm hoping this doesn't take long because Asarai, you and I have been quite fortunate with the technical pauses. We haven't been getting ridiculously long ones.
Oh yeah,
it's not like Black and Blue yesterday where they had to talk for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, or like the other. I don't know if you also did the thing with the other day. It was only supposedly 2 series, right? Who was? I think it was you and me that casted the first series, and then Black and Blue and Dax casted the second series.
I think so.
Yeah, and then they started like 1 p.m. and it seemingly ended to like 9. Oh my
yeah, goodness,
I
was there.
Oh yeah,
I was on panel for that whole thing. That physically hurt.
Yeah, I was just like because I was pretty tired at that point. I took like a quick nap because my shift was over. So like when it came back, I was like, what the heck is happening? It's like 9 p.m. already. Man, you guys are troopers for that one.
Well, it has been a fairly long and affair for everybody involved. So now we're just gonna hang out and sit back and relax. It is around merienda time for the Filipino viewers, or I guess
or if it's after merienda already, you know what it is. It's siesta.
Second merienda.
Oh, what the, siesta then second merienda.
But what about second merienda?
Lunch and dinner, supper. Lord of the Rings. Yes. There will be a new show
series
coming
of that coming out.
Yeah, on Amazon.
Is it out?
Not yet. September 2022. I keep a close eye on that.
I'm waiting for that then.
Yeah. It does look Amazon, really good. Yes.
Speaking of Amazon, I just checked what's free with Prime Gaming right now on Valorant. We get some cool stuff on League of Legends and on Valorant. What do we get on Valorant today? Today it's the Wayfinder Shorty.
Oh, that's been out for like I think a few weeks now.
Oh well.
Yeah. Unfortunately for me, for some reason, I can't link my Valorant account to my Twitch account. Yeah, so it's linked to my older Twitch account, which has like my League of Legends and Wild Rift accounts, and yeah, that's been unfortunate because because like you know how there's some sprays from Jinx that are only available for Twitch Prime. I don't have that on my main, so
that's I feel bad for you, man.
Yeah, that's not the worst thing to happen, but I just kind of want to have everything on my account at least available.
Let's take a bit of time to just sort of relax and
There it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay, we're getting into it. Yeah.
Let's go. Get him, Pikachu. Pika. Yeah, that's totally buff Pikachu. When your Pikachu doesn't evolve to like level 100, that's how he sounds like.
Nice shot that did come in right there. Pro is able to find one.
Does
but
he know?
Can we get rid of the technical pause? Nice.
Oh, they don't know. Yeah.
What's happening?
Be faster.
Is this an actual round?
I believe so. And somehow, some way, the lapse of judgment has allowed SBE to march forward on mid. Thankfully, there's not really good enough weapons on SBE for this to matter too long, but that was... I'd say that's a close call. They might have dropped closer to the players of SBE where they could pick up the rifles, and that might have been a much worse conundrum than what was already there.
Recovery.
All right.
One enemy remaining.
It's all good. I got you. It seems like NAOS got themselves each other as they react just in the nick of things. It happens, guys. You know, these kind of things do tend to surface from time to time. So if it does, how closely or how well can you react to it is the name of the game. If you don't panic, if you adjust accordingly, that's when it still matters. And NAOS, at least they were able to retaliate just in the nick of things. Jet spots out the brunt of the forces, backs away, sets up his utility. Only has one snake bite to delay, but it's enough from the looks of things. Josh is like so close to him. We'll see how this goes. He might be able to go through the smoke and then some. This lineup, Flippy is down, but the spike does go and get planted. Destroyed.
Toxins going up.
Last player standing.
That's the NAOS. That's the NAOS that we love to see. The shenanigans that make sense. I think that surmises the NAOS playstyle there, Elu. Hey, man. Pros don't fake. Oh, my goodness. Lovely, lovely stuff from NAOS there. That was beautiful. We should see a replay of that one. That was fantastic. But
get out of my way.
Muted for that. But
oh no,
that's insane. How have they been allowed? How have they been allowed to do that? Just walk up on site and straight up defuse. I have no idea how they're allowed to do this. But now they're just looking so much better. Only 3 rounds away now. This was a 9-3 at the half. They found 3 rounds in a row. Now it's doing the same thing they did, making these comebacks possible. And now they're looking to hold on to this A side here with Blurred up on this operator who's already gotten the first kill. Now up from above, not Blast is actually just playing this close angle here around 410. You spot him out. It's going to be leading to his demise. 4v4 now. The operator shot does not connect. It's Jot yet again who does come through and does take an entry with the Blaze Storm. The shot card comes in. Doesn't land the second one here. Could have been the demise of Pro, but he manages to stay alive here. Flippy does get another one. Kakarot and G-Licious in a 2v4.
One enemy remaining.
They're gonna find G-Licious now. It's all up to Kakarot. Could be okay to save, honestly, at this point. It's a 1v4. I don't see him getting this.
I think they still have money from the plethora of rounds they've already picked up. But as Kakarot tries to push for a different location, different angle, SBE don't even give him that courtesy as he just charges right forward and get the pick off to secure the round. We'll see the replay as to how they actually got through with this one. And it's all in the heels of how Jot charges right in. He loves to go for these fights, and he's feeling it right now. There it is. Kakarot thought that he would have been a bit cheekier, a bit sneakier, but this hulking robot gets spotted by the rest of the SBE roster. And I stand corrected, they do not have cash anymore.
There's got to be an eco here. A South build. They could get to 11. They already have double digits. Blurred finds one. Does significant damage onto Micro as well. The Blade Storm has just been so potent for whoever has been wielding it. And it's looking like it's not going to be an exception here in this round, as the first kill does go. Oh my god, I thought he was going to get it. Blurred, missing the blades this time. Micro does prevail in this one with 50 HP. It does remain. They're going to group up their forces. They're going to head towards A.
Blast is alone. He's even going to risk the one shot if he loses his life there. Well, he does, but doesn't connect it. Well, he does keep himself still here, so that's going to help at least a pinch. The one big factor is how good Jalicious can maybe hit a shot here against Ja that was holding the fort. And somehow, some way, Elu, the numbers actually favoring NAOS now. The question now lies, how well can they actually spot out the members? Bro gets spotted first. Kakarot actually comes out for the swing. I love that jump. Really gets the catch against opponents. And somehow, again, some way, now sneak one in with the thrifty round. SBE lost all consideration in that one.
Again, this is just uncanny. NAOS are just pulling out rounds they have just no business winning. And Southville kind of let that one slip through their grasp yet again. It has been the pistols that have truly been working for NAOS. At some point, you just start thinking, maybe they should just stick to these pistols. It has been working out, because it does come with a little bit of the territory. Play a little bit more aggressive to take more risks when you only have pistols in your hands. And that just might be the key to the success here of NAOS, when they do play a little bit more aggressive, when they do take a little more of those risks.
We haven't seen a lot of that in the last map. You know, if you think about it, Ascent was... It felt more again that NAOS was waiting and hoping that they can catch SBE. But again, the proactiveness of SBE is where NAOS needs to kind of challenge that. As you mentioned, they gotta go aggressive in these fights. But also they gotta quell from time to time, because SBE are masters, are kind of shifting tempo and pace and everything of that. With that being said, there's a broccoli cloud that is formed on the A side, if you can see your mini-map there. So at least we know that the Viper Spit has been used, but this is a ghosting for SBE to pinch on other locations of the map. Good tag though on Ja though.
That's a great shock dart. It brings him super low. He's going to call for the heal from Flippy there.
Out of charges.
He should be able to get him back to a fairly decent amount of HP. The recon bolt will nearly cost him his life, actually, as he tries to swing up and take that. But Kevs knows that there could be players here inside kitchen. Something's cooking up in here. But is it the rock?
I do not want to cook a rock, because that'll be difficult to season and everything, you know? So
30 seconds left.
You could use hot rocks, though, to cook stuff.
Yeah, but have you eaten rock before?
No, it's not on my regular diet, but Ja, he does find Kevs. And that's going to be the 4v5. Towards A they go. They split it up. They divide it. They want to go from the side instead of through the middle.
Wow.
They avoid.
10 seconds
but
left.
still, somehow, G and Kakarot, they're making this hold possible.
Spike planted.
They're going to get that plan off. They see where it is, but G here, he's going to go from up on above. Sees the foot.
You want to play?
Enough to get
Let's
him to
play.
kill. Brought to a 2v2 right here as he resets the timer on the Viper Spit. Now Blast is going to be trying to work his way from within. It's a great, that's a brilliant toxic screen that forces Flippy and ASUS to get a little bit closer, especially with the Torch Force. Oh, that's going to be the ice wall as well, making things a little bit more difficult for the attacking side. Southville, they're taking losses, and Blast and G-Licious play it so patiently, so diligently. Nets them another round here up against Southville.
Gotta say, after that beautiful retake from the two members of NAOS, you gotta give Kakarot a lot of props as well as to how he was just able to hold on to the site there from Raptors. He just took, what, 15, 20 seconds worth of time for SBE before they start pushing in. They were able to, what was it? Throw out a molly, get the kill on Ja, who was charging right behind him, and it still works. Now, what I was kind of curious about here was, is the Viper Spit actually going to be a detriment to NAOS, because it turned from a good defensive ultimate on A to them not seeing where the spike was planted initially. But thankfully, as you mentioned it, because they did have that wall from Jalicious and the follow-up Sage wall from Blast, they were able to use that to kind of push SBE to try to challenge. And they were wondering maybe Rafters could be a danger spot, but it didn't. And what is this? Again, Kevs!
Oh, dear.
Stab him already.
Stab
you
him,
gotta
stab
stab
him.
him. Yeah, okay.
Well, that's the first
That's the
knife.
second time.
But that's not just the second time that they've snuck up through there, but it is the first time we're seeing the knife, and that's one way to tell him to stop doing that. Totally fun. Now, it's gonna be another kill. G-Licious goes down, the res comes through. South Build, they managed to make this a 3v5. They're recovering rifles, and they've gotten another kill. NAOS have completely dropped the ball on this round after leaving a massive gap in their defense towards the end.
Enemy remaining.
Gets exploited, and Ja on a warpath with a triple kill already. Blur's gotta save this one.
Yeah. Maybe a good kill to start it first so that, excuse me, SBE just run away for the meantime, but for sure they have to. How does SBE keep pushing up on mid and just getting the timing every single time? There's like that 5 to 7 seconds worth of lull that Kevs doesn't keep mid, and then when he starts to what's the word here, backs away so that he can drone safely, that's when he gets screwed over. Now Blurred is getting hounded down. They know it is stuck on yellow, and it's all up to him to try to save this weapon in hand. No more dash. And that is gonna be that. They dropped the sniper, and now it's back to the drawing board once again. Their economy shot to heck, and they might need to actually force the buy here if they don't want to go and maybe hope for overtime.
It's gonna be a tough one. One of those tough decisions. Do you risk playing for overtime? Do you go ahead and make a forced buy on a map like Icebox? I'd say the former rather than the latter. I don't really trust the forced buys on big maps like this, especially especially when you can't get proper rifles. Having said that, they have been quite effective on the sheriffs, on the pistols. I do think that would be the better decision here for NAOS. They do need to take a moment to at least breathe, and that's going to be what the timeout should be for, to keep themselves calm, to keep themselves mentally in the game, because South Built are 2 rounds away from winning this entire grand final.
That's just about that, right? There's nothing really left for them other than just moving forward. Mistakes now would be a fatality, as another popular game would say. Blur does not have his blades, unfortunately, so this buy might be turning into a force. They still do get the one rifle on Kakarot, so maybe that's something.
Well, the one bulldog they have in their arsenal, could it be what it takes for them to win this one? I sincerely doubt it. The Hunter's Fury, they really want to punish this kill. They want to chase Blast out. They do that. But with a classic in hand, we're just going to get absolutely destroyed here. Kakarot will find one. It is enough right here. I thought he would have been taken down. He didn't have the angle, but Kakarot wins anyway. Kakarot finds 3 with that one bulldog. Might just be the key here. He's found 4. Looking for the ace. He's suppressed. He finally goes down. No! But Kevs takes him out. A little bit of a misplay there with a shock dart. So now Kevs has to earn it back for his team. He makes no! He loses it, and that was a big opportunity lost for NAOS. And that's the ROG clutch here, brought to you by the Republic of Gamers.
Kakarot was going Super Saiyan already, and the friendly fire from Kevs botches the situation for NAOS here. Let's take a check on that one. Smelling blood in the water already for this last round for sure. There it is. Kakarot was hovering over heaven. Gets even the shutdown onto the planter. And then Kevs just shock darts him. I mean, Kakarot could still see because he was still active with that null command, but the big issue there was it wasn't a 2v1 anymore. It's a 1-on-1. Where Kevs is, if you saw the scoreboard there, underperforming in this Icebox map.
Kevs has played amazingly this entire series.
Welcome to
but in that one moment, in this one map, he just does not show up. Gotta be a little bit heartbreaking. Let's see how this plays out. Could be the final map here. South Built, they've got the numbers, they've taken the site. They have the Viper spin on lock, they have the spike taken away. NAOS, they don't really have a lot of time to go on this, so they have to start deciding now, but the flank is coming in from ASUS. He's going in from this long, patient flank here. Should not take too much time though, but Micro buys a little time for him as the blasters go down. Sees the barrel of the gun, somehow Kevin wins it, and it's gonna be Blurred to follow up with another kill here. Flippy has found another 2v3 right here, and this could be South Built taking it, but it's a 1v2 up the counter rocket again, and he can't do it. It's Flippy to take the game, and South Built are the champions here in the Philippines.
I just can't believe it. South Built, these rounds are amazing. That's just how you can describe it. Look at how just calm they are. Feels like they knew that this was going to be coming from group stage South Built to a playoff South Built to a championship performance level South Built. What an absolute banger of a series for the South Built different boys. Incredible performance output from them. NAOS on the other hand, I was meaning to ask the question, Elu, when does the Cinderella story end? This is still a very young team, and being able to reach up until this point was amazing. But somehow, some way, it got ended by SBE.
NAOS should held their head up high after a fantastic run in stage 1. South Built, they clawed their way. This was the greatest gauntlet run I've ever seen in Philippine history. South Built, they came from the bottom of the scoreboard, the bottom of the entire leaderboard here in Philippine Challengers, and even through the lower bracket, they managed to claw their way to the grand finals, where they win in a best of 5 against the favorites, NAOS, who's performing phenomenally, hardly dropping a map across the entire season. One of the biggest upsets I've seen. Gotta give it to the South Built boys. Well earned from these guys.
The story just can't get any better for South Built. Man, you just described it perfectly, man. Started from the bottom, now they're here. Their opposition gave them quite a bit of a run, but it seems like at the dredges of things, NAOS lost the steam, lost the fuel of what made them incredibly strong and incredibly potent during the group stage and everything. When all is said and done, let's just look at this little recap of the highlights. There was some dredges of brilliance from NAOS here and there, but again, there were some lapse of judgment that, especially those mid pushes from Ja, that really screwed them up, I would say.
Honestly, after this defuse, I was like, no, this is all over. NAOS certainly are going to come back into this one, but lo and behold, it was not actually the case. Oh my god, South Built, they just have the mentality, the tenacity of literal rocks. Because come hell or high water, come the tides, come the ebb and flow of the sea, they don't care. They're just gonna hold tightly, play their bet, keep their head down, hunker down, and win those games one by one if they have to, and they did.
Man, it is crazy that is just how stable SBE are. The consistency, I talked about this before. Before I talked about how Oasis Gaming seemed to be more consistent now, because they lost that, it went to NAOS that had the consistency, and then this time the consistency was SBE up until the very last point. It's crazy to see SBE this amazing, but well, sometimes you just get those. With that being said, guys, we're gonna go on a break. This is the last time for us. We're gonna pass it on to the panel. Once again, my name is Asarai. With me is Ilustrado. It's been a pleasure, guys. So we'll see you on the next one. So again, panel in a bit.
falling in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes,
Come hell and high water, the South Build Esports crew will claw their way up to get that championship and prove that they do deserve to become the best in the Philippines. A well-deserved 3-1 victory from South Build Esports, and we kind of thought it's gonna go down the wire there with NAOS keeping it as close as possible, but it just wasn't the case. But still, South Build Esports, they came through after a year in the making. They're finally the best here in the Philippines. I'm Nomad, post-game panel here alongside with Black and Blue and Raph. And boy, the guys from the South, they're really, really ecstatic right now, Black and Blue.
For sure. And I mean, it might not reflect on their faces. You saw after the camera, they were all just like chilling, another day in the office for them, because they know that this is not the end goal. They know that this is only the first step. And a bit of a, kind of like a precursor to this. At the end of last year, everybody watching Team Secret, everybody watching Champions, seeing these other teams making the VCT, and the sentiment in that bootcamp was, this year is theirs, but next is ours. This is the first step to that. Anything less than the grand finals championship would have been a disappointment, would have been an underperformance for this squad, but they know when to turn it up, and they get the job done when it matters the most.
When it matters the most is really the keyword there, because like I said, South Built just decide to be South Built when they feel like it. Again, I've said that NAOS is that, that pretty attractive new neighbor, but the first love, it always prevails.
Yeah, it does always prevails, but it's not the case right now. I mean, we kind of talk about how Breeze was supposed to be a map for NAOS, and it was the map for NAOS, but when it started off, South Built Esports really just went off the bat. Went out the gate swinging, and that clearly just steamrolled all the way to Haven, all the way to Ascent, all the way to Icebox. It's just really South Built Esports having a good run of every single round, despite the fact seeing NAOS trying to catch up. It's just not enough for the new team here in the scene.
Yeah, perhaps, them being in this position for the first time. I realize South Built, this is their first time in the grand finals as well of any VCT, but they've been doing this for such a long time. They've been competing for such a long time together against each other in the local scene, and hell, even before Valorant. And so this is nothing new to them. Perhaps that pressure of finally playing a best of 5, the first best of 5 that this NAOS team has ever been in, really got to them. And as the match goes longer, as the series go longer, we know that South Built, they typically start a bit colder, but yeah, as time progresses, they get better and better and better. And that's been true for not just this series, but their entire tenure here in competing in Valorant. And that, I guess, is the end result. Finally, they get things done about darn time.
Exactly. My exact sentiments have been expressed already, and I did predict that the first 2 maps could have been L's for South Built, and they just kind of had to run the marathon, get that to the 5th map, but it appears that they got warm as quickly as they did. One thing that I did find suspect is that the momentum retention in the early parts were definitely something they could work on, but like we mentioned, South Built, the tenure, the experience just has been everything, and Ja, to nobody's surprise, is ROG's series MVP.
Yeah, he's got 234.1 ACS, 19 average kills for the past 4 maps, a 1.5 KDA, but his impact all throughout the day was just something else, and it's been his moment for the most part. Yeah, there are times where Aziz would pop off. There were times where Flippy and Papi Chulo would pop off as well. But the most consistent person on the roster here for South Built Esports, I feel, is Ja himself, Black and Blue.
Yeah, totally. And you aren't going to see many other players like this guy. He is one of the best operator players you're going to see, one of the best snipers and sharpshooters you're going to see. But not only that, not only does he pop off on the Jet or even the Reyna sometimes, but then you're going to see him on the next map, like on an Astra. How many duelists do you see flex over from a controller to that duelist role? I don't even recall a single player doing it much here in the VCTPH. You'll see maybe like from a Sky to a Jet, or from other roles, maybe almost a Sentinel sometimes, like a Chamber, but you don't really see that Astra, and that just speaks to how well-rounded and how well-deserving Ja is of this series MVP.
Let's be honest here, every single aspiring pro at one point in their life, and I know this is so true for both me and Black and Blue, Ja was the guy that we looked up to. I want to be like that guy, super cracked. And again, it's just so fun to be on the desk talking about them and how his prowess has honestly gone up as the years pass. But we've championed South Built so much, and obviously for very good reason. Once again, congratulations to them, but now they have to keep their head up high, because my goodness, again, such a young team already in the grand finals.
Definitely, and with teams such as now South Built Esports as well as Action PH, I'm pretty sure that the Philippines is in good hands going to the Asia Pacific Challengers 1. It's coming up real soon, and I hope to see South Built Esports now and Action PH just deliver the same level of performance or even better going into that and raise the flag up high, because we only have 2 slots in the region to go into Masters, and I hope we get 2 Filipino teams getting into that. And before we close out everything, of course, we would like to thank our sponsor. It's ASUS Republic of Gamers, because they bought the VCT 2022 right here. And when you want the best gaming monitor, there's only one choice, and that's ROG. Always at the top of the game, you can be too with the ROG Swift PG259QN, the world's first 360Hz gaming monitor equipped with other goodies like fast IPS panel, 1 millisecond response time, and the NVIDIA G-Sync. And this is the ultimate esports gamers monitor. Have we mentioned that ROG monitors are the best-selling monitors in Lazada? You can cop it easy, and that's also a testament to how great this gaming display is. Check our pinned comment to grab your own ROG Swift PG259QN 360Hz gaming monitor. And this is the final day for you guys to win this exclusive ROG swag from ASUS ROG. The shirt and the cap is still going to be given away. Like and follow the ASUS Republic of Gamers Facebook and Twitter pages. Like and follow the PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines official Facebook pages, as well as sharing the live stream on your timeline in public with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG Intel Gaming, and Unleash the Legend inside. And you share your prediction in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challengers Playoffs. We already have the top 3 teams right here. It's going to be easy for you guys. And we're going to be drawing 3 winners of the ROG shirt and the 3 winners of the ROG cap tomorrow, the 28th of February, 2022. They will be announced tomorrow. So this is your last chance before the broadcast ends. But unfortunately, as much as we want to see a little bit more action moving forward, we're just going to have to take a long break before we see each other once again in the Asia Pacific Challengers. And on behalf of the Filipino broadcast with Ray, Vil, and Terror, as well as the English broadcast with Dax, Ilustrado, Asaray, We're gonna be bidding off for one last time. I'm Nomad alongside Black and Blue as well as Raph, and thank you so much as well to you guys that are tuning in, as well as the production team that produced the entirety of this event. We bid you guys a good night and a good fight. I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
No one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself. Quit testing.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Taken forward words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Minds